Good morning, everybody. How are we all doing today? Let's see. Ooh, yes, just sliding below 49.25 right now. Confused as always. Why? Oh, because the bull music stopped for a minute? Yeah. My kids are making pirate ships before school. Everything is peachy. Hmm. Huh. All right. Ready for nothing to happen for 5 hours. Me too. Yeah. Humana's up, well, now $4 in the pre-market. It was 6. QQQ's down 67 BPS. Spy's down 8. Let's see, where's SPX gonna open? Looks like spot is around 4,900. Let's go down there. QQQ down 67 was yesterday. Oh, yeah. It's down another 100 BPS this morning. What the fuck was that? Oh, there he is. Right. Let's see if we have an update on gross gamma. Nope. Still not fucking working. What a piece of shit. All right. So a pretty decent number of puts now between 4,900, 4,875. Actually, the only positive gamma for a little while here is going to be 4,875. That's pretty much surrounded by puts. 4,900 is another support, but that one could fail. We do have Chicago PMI coming out in about 15 minutes. The Treasury is doing 1.1 billion or 1.1 trillion in gross issuance, and they trimmed 250 billion in bills in favor of coupons. So a little bit more duration issuance. When was the last time you played Pickles on Parade? It's been a little while. Boop. What's Humana's DN today? Not sure. Give me a second. $382. And then GN's at 384. So right about where we opened. That could act as resistance a little bit. Oh, this looks like it's gonna fail. So that VIX is just at 1330. What the fuck is going on there? Okay, that's fucking strange. Um, So ES is down 52 BPS overnight and VIX is down? I love this fucking market. Oh, Dork's awake. Barely made it. I love that all I have to do is refresh to see your status. Do you think Fubo could go much lower than where it is now? If you were buying in for the first time, do you think this is a good price point? I'd probably try to get it around 220. Under 2 would be awesome. Neo's not dead forever, but China's economy is still turbulent. Why is VIX not moving? It says closed on WeBull. It's not closed. It's just been beaten to death. No, I don't think it's 1402. VX1 is, but VIX is at 1324 right now. I'm really gonna fucking hate not having gross gamma all day. Piece of shit. What do I fucking pay these people for? That's it, Dork. We need our own charts. This is bullshit. Completely fucking untenable. Goddamn, yields got crushed. Yep. 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 If Upstart slips 3250, what's the next major resistance? 30? I think DN's like 31 and GN's like 30, 80 something. I noticed that analysts reached out this morning and upgraded everything again. There was some red overnight. They got very afraid. Price to innovation multiples are too low. That's not a real number. If I didn't know better, I'd say there was a concerted effort to ensure that people don't sell their stocks. NYCB cut its dividend down 41%. Yeah, they can't pay out a dividend with all their underwater fair value assets and no depositors. Cutting any straddle legs here? No. No. I am up on the put side from yesterday, but I'm not going to cut anything, I don't think. Not yet. Now, if we dropped to 48.75 before FOMC, I may consider like repositioning. How do we feel about AMD? They guided 11% lower in revenues. So I would assume that they could lose a chunk of their current valuations. I don't know how many hundreds of times they got upgraded this morning, but they were at least pretty honest about their projections. This is a Mr. Rogers song from one of his operas that I feel could be perfectly adapted for us. There's never any trouble in Bubble Land. All right, I like it. Mr. Rogers' port must have been fucked hard when he wrote that. Well, I guess low revenue guidance means they get a baker's dozen upgrades. Sorry, 10 upgrades. The fuck? Yeah. I see you finally blown up your port and uncornishoned actual Dan. Or you just haven't gotten a free one in a minute. AMD upgraded to 270. Jesus fucking Christ. Tesla's dying and they need a seventh magnificent. God damn it, Maeve. Good morning, Verax. Check DMs. What do you got? Oh yeah, I saw that. New York Community Bank is failing nearly 100 billion in assets. Yep. VIX did like a little thing here. Why is it not printing any candles? VIX should now, okay, VIX should now be at 1345. And it's just not working, I guess. Yen's moving. Ooh, yeah, that's a big move. Interesting. Oh, we got 3 minutes till PMI. Ooh, Jesus Christ, those are expensive. Hmm. All right. Our option's too expensive right now because it's FOMC day. The VIX has gone into an old people's home. Yeah. Are we gonna get another God peener? Maybe. Look, these things are overpriced. Um, Get 5 DTE. A little bit of a gap down there. Looks a tiny bit bearish. Looks like out of the money calls are selling off pretty quickly. A lot of the strangle positions that were opened yesterday at close kind of falling off here. I'd say based on the put positioning, we have a pretty, from this point on, we have a pretty easy shot at 48.75. There's nothing but a lot of puts kind of all the way down. And NQ's dropping like a rock, so oh. Hmm. Interesting. Can we talk about Costco at $700? The fuck? Yep. It's like the boomers Nvidia. NQ is, but not AMD. My 2D poots, RIP. You getting wrecked by all the upgrades? Oof. This is why you don't buy puts at market open. Okay, VIX is going up, and we're sitting at Vega neutral. Let's go below Vega neutral. How about that? JPEG's not, I don't think JPEG's cutting today. Your VIX is 10 minutes delayed. Yeah, I don't know why. It shouldn't be. It should be live. I need to check my data packages or something. That's live. Yeah, and that's delayed. Okay. Hold on. Some margin? No. What the fuck is going on here? Okay, so now if I restart it, there we go. Find support at like 85-ish, maybe. Dixie down, market down, yields down. What's going on here? These are all excellent questions. There's a little bit of turmoil. The 2-year is dropping like a rock. Ooh, did Chicago PMI come out? What did we get on that? 46. So still contracting. Nothing till the Fed meeting. I guess let's just see how this goes. Gold and yen mooning a tiny bit pre-FOMC. Probably risk off, I would assume. Could be shorts closing on bonds. What company provides the best tracksuit? Adidas, right? No, Juicy Couture. Dollar's down. FOMC's at 2 o'clock. How much movement could we see today? Potentially a lot. I can tell you that this is not the preferred Russian tracksuit. It is for Russian Americans. I saw a full grown man wearing a juicy couture tracksuit the other day. He was a big guy too. I have an UGG tracksuit somewhere. Way. It wasn't me, and it wasn't in the mirror. I mean, that shit's vintage now. You'd really have to shop around to find one. It was pretty caked up, popcorn. Adidas is the traditional tracksuit of my people. Hum's about to get cut if this market drops below Vega neutral. What the fuck is going on here? It's a little bit of call buying. I've been watching for a week. Any highlights? I don't think anything crazy's happened. We had a big pump Monday on the Treasury, like the Treasury refunding plan. And yesterday, nothing really happened. We kind of traded flat. This morning, we dropped. Tracksuit with a new perm. In replacement of its caked up, it's gat. Interesting. I don't like it. I threw a handful of goldfish at the camera. For Trash's birthday. I don't know if it's actually their birthday. I was assumed. Interwebs has led me to a whole line of Sergio Tacchini tracksuits. If anyone needs one, thank you, Jen Jen. Is that the highest quality tracksuit that money can buy? Your community bank is stream sniping. Fuckers. My Zom 3-1 110 call is up 100%. Sell? Hold? Will's having a bit of a rough morning. I mean, it's up to you. You have 3-1. It's quite a bit of time. The big risk there would be if dollar drops. That may bring down oil. I don't think JPOW is going to be dovish, but some risk of that needs to be hedged in at least. You weren't here on your birthday though. I'm not gonna just throw shit at you if you're not here. Also, I don't have anything to throw at my camera right now that wouldn't break it. Happy birthday. My 1 month's matured today. Do you think it would be better to re-up before the FOMC meeting? Could be, yeah. 1 second. Beyond's having a nice morning. Uh, should be getting close to some ETF FTDs on it soon. How nice of a morning. What the fuck is it? There it is. Okay. Interesting. And this fucking contract is all over the place. Peloton serious. Fubo's up. Top. We need to keep an eye on IWM. What the fuck is that? There it is. It feels so weird having puts in the money. Are you gonna be okay? Why is Visa immune to downs? Because Americans like to spend money. You rock with Toyotas? I mean, I don't own one, but I would own one. I bought a Lexus not that long ago. I'm engorged. Congratulations. My mom's doing good. I'd like to buy a Lexus one day. Don't eat the lobster bisque at Toyotathon. Yeah, I saw they're coming out with like a Century line of ultra high-end Toyotas. My wife has COVID, so I can't be engorged the other way. Thanks, market. I'm sorry to hear that, popcorn. IWM 206 or 186 today? I don't know. That's a great question. One of the two? I don't know about today, but maybe by this time next week. The true concern of a husband whose wife has COVID. Yeah, isn't she pregnant with little Colonel? Is that stressing you out, popcorn? Is that why you keep asking me when down? All right. Oh no, stopped out. Do you happen to have IWM Gamma Max in the event that it taps it today? Sure. It's at 215. What's Humano doing? I don't like this at all. I think Lexus missed, on my opinion, this year on the SUV side. Interiors were underwhelming compared to others. Like, Tacoma Tundra has some better interior features than the Lexus. Interesting. I got the RX 350H. And the interiors were pretty nice on it. I didn't compare it to a Tundra, but it's like leather and suede. I closed out my Humana for some profits. I don't like it either. I'm getting the Land Cruiser next. Okay. Do they still make that fucking thing? It was disappointing because I have a 235,000 mile Corolla and I was so stoked to buy a car, but none of them impressed me. I'll keep driving this stallion. Here we go, 300,000 miles. I fucking hate everything about the market today. I don't even know what's going on here, but this should have failed like 5 times already. Yeah, I did see that a Delaware judge invalidated Elon's performance package. They just relaunched? Oh, okay. I made 20K in 2 seconds, paper trading 5 million. Making money's so easy. I may have over leveraged zero DTs though. Maybe just a bit. Tip check on Beyond. I don't have them loaded up. You have to give me more than a minute. Oh, There we go. Beyond looks weird. Is that getting squeezy pants? No. Boy, do I love getting stopped out of my contract early. Piece of shit. God damn it. Calls. Feb 5th. That still looks pretty bearish, though. Failed to fill the gap? Hmm. That's interesting. Is your put not priced down at all? Barely. We could move to 48.75 before JPOW. There's enough puts. I think losing 90 here would be pretty important. I think I should at least expect that gap to fill in the second attempt. It's 193. Two of those. Oh, not priced up quickly. All right, let's see what's going on here. There's a little bit of like capitulation on the 48.95, 4,900 puts here, but not a lot. They seem to be mostly holding on. Oh yeah, beyond tips. Someone asked about those. They're starting to contract a little bit. Definitely getting some covering. But this may go on for a little while longer. Kind of just rolling liquidity off. Actually, we should start to... after this period, we should go back on reg show. So I'd still just keep looking for it to go back on reg show before taking any positions. Is that fucking 1062? Sure. Push up to VIX 14. A fucking IV bump on these alone is ridiculous. I think top's starting to hit like pretty close to its peak illiquidity here. But it's not quite there yet. There's still a little bit of ETF liquidity left. Wait, are you seriously asking me why I'm bearish on it? I mean, I'm not. I just don't want to... I don't want to deal with like a pullback, right? This is still a giant bear flag. Even if it's holding the trend over the last 2 days. Yeah, I don't have a lot of theta either. All right, here we go. VIX 14. Let's do it. Is JPEG's less dovish today? Can we test GN on the weekly? Possible. Yeah. Bear flag equals response to large drop in value as bears take profit over time from puts shorts. Is that correct? That's partially what drives it. You also get, people trying to buy the dip, which is another factor. Really don't want to get stopped out of this one. But yeah, that's usually what kicks them off, and then it's not a reversal, right? Because the buy pressure is low. And so they tend to fail and continue to break down after bears reposition. Because if you got a lot of buy volume, right, you would just get a bullish reversal on a drop. Yields are all over the place this morning. Mostly down, right? I'm not really thinking about it very much. They're starting to turn back around now a little bit. Um, Probably just risk management. There's a lot of rate cuts priced in that probably aren't going to happen. The video's looking kind of shitty today, right? Down 2%. That doesn't get bearish until it's like under 600, though. Not even close. Yeah, options are up because volatility on the short dated contracts is up quite a lot. 30-day volatility isn't up very much, but 1-day volatility is. Or does JPOW hate Jimmy? I don't think he cares about it. So there's a lot of puts to the downside. And bulls are obviously trying really hard to stabilize the price. But I think if we lose like 85, there's a very good chance we move down to the next big call wall, which is at 75. And then I don't think we're losing 75 before the meeting because the call wall there is huge. um, but we'll see. VIX is about to break 14. Should JPEG come out with a cigar and Volcker the market to spite Mama Yellen? The only way he's going to spite Yellen is if he starts marking to market Fed securities and blowing up banks. Jesus fucking Christ, this dip buying is the worst. What's going on futures? This is all just got to be futures, right? So we slipped the lower trend. Yeah, I mean the next like big resistance on futures should be down at like 4,900. Could be a TLT short opportunity. I would say the 20-year is priced down the least of all the contracts, probably because of TLT. I think the 20-year is above the 10 and the 30. Yeah. But yeah, I suppose. I think better exposure might just be like ultra bond futures or something like that. But yeah, I guess you could do TLT. Yeah, I saw the upgrades from analysts today on AMD. It's still down 4%. I gotta give it to Lisa Sue. At least she doesn't bullshit. She could have bullshitted her way right into a $300 a share stock price today. And I'm sure she knew it. Oh, just fucking dump already. Come on. VIX is above 14. Let's do this shit. It's okay. Yeah, fuck the call straddles. Let's go. Lisa's a real one. Yeah. I'm out here with legs as strong as an Eastern European single mom. Huh. That's a hell of an analogy. Gridlap, the Wizard Bank. Are we gonna see another bank failure? I think we're getting one, right? New York City Community Bank Corp. Not looking so hot today. 600 support on the video. Probably 610 too. Yeah, it slipped 610. Yeah, 600. They cut their dividend this morning. Their stock price is down like 50%. Don't worry, guys. The banks are strong and resilient. I know, JPOW told me. 650 times. Except for that one. Yeah. Well, you know. Some aren't so strong. It's a bank nobody's heard of. They have like 100 billion in assets. They're not tiny. Okay, okay. Can't win them all. Yeah, that's some bank blew up. Is blowing up. It would really just be the best if I could make all my daily tendies here before the FOMC meeting, and I don't even need to play that shit, you know? How much of VIX moving could be from the contract rolling? The contract's not rolling. We're nowhere near the Fab expiry. That's like 2 weeks from now. Secret stonk getting wrecked. Nice. Good thing I waited on my $1 CSPs. What's your daily tendy target for the cash account here? I don't know, like 3-5%. I think I'm already well over 10, but you know, that's I don't know, Siri. I don't know where you have puts. Do you bounce here at 48.80, or is there more downside still? Like I said, we could go all the way down to 48.75. We might not, but we could. We're gonna fill that little gap there. I should probably set a stop just after the gap. Just in case it blows through it. Didn't NYCB buy assets from Signature Bank when they failed? I can't remember, but maybe. I don't know. Go check. Might be worth looking into. Are they fucking seriously selling the in the money put right now? Nice. Yeah, I'm probably gonna reposition my straddle now because it's $45 in the money on the put side. Um, hmm. I guess I don't need to roll the calls down that much. I'll just roll them down to like 4,900. And then move the puts to 80, 75? Yeah, I could strangle it. You can't tell me you don't have a shitload of March puts. I have a shitload of June puts. I don't want to take a chance that short vol was a bitch for another month. I'm gonna go peel some root vegetables and do some leg strengthening exercises. You think AMD can recover to 185? I have 180s I opened for earnings with 45 days of theta and some puts to hedge. I closed the puts already, but I can't decide to close calls or leave. Well, I can tell you that it's worth about $80 a share. So I don't know. Do it that way you will. I don't know if the analyst upgrades are going to matter if the Mag 7 doesn't overperform, right? And the fact that like, Microsoft and Google are down today despite beating on both EPS and revenue is probably a sign nobody should ignore. So it could definitely go to 200. Got it. We'll see. It guided down. Yeah, they guided down 11% on their revenues for the year. Oh, Hum's going for it. Pump it. Back to delta neutral. Let's go. Google's getting slammed. Yeah, because and I noticed a lot of people on like FinTwit last night didn't really seem to understand this, but it's not because earnings are bad. It's because the momentum of earnings is slowing, right? Like Google's revenues and EPS over like the last 3 quarters have just continued down. And then Microsoft's kind of peaked and is back flat again over the quarter two. Now while this was up from quarter one, right, the rate of growth is slowing and hedge funds are probably dumping their bags on people. Tech was priced for perfection. Earnings had to be perfect. No, earnings needed to keep swelling. It wasn't just perfection. They had to beat perfection, right? You couldn't just beat. You had to beat by a lot. But the jobs, GDP up. This is the start of a new bull market. Okay, so just because the Fed chose maximum employment over price stability does not mean that the economy is okay. It just means that they kicked the can, right? periods of extremely low unemployment are a better predictor of recession than periods of high unemployment. Economy is fixed, Guac. That's not how you spell economy. CNBC told me. Did you guys see those charts I posted? I'm going to show you two charts, and I'm going to say nothing. Okay? And you guys tell me what you think. This is going to be a fun game. Ah, you bitch. This is the first chart. This is the aggregate financial asset allocation across households, mutual funds, pension funds, and foreign investors. So these are retail's bags. Retail is leveraged to the tits and equities, and no, this doesn't include home equity. This is equities, as in stocks. 49% of people's assets right now. Okay? Now, hold on. Chart number 2. These are prime book holdings for hedge fund equity exposure into the beginning of 2024. Now, these charts are a little more confusing than the first one because everything's not labeled. But you can see equities as a percent of trading flow for hedge funds and their total net exposure globally. Retail is holding the bags. People are about to get fucked. There you go. Okay, you guys get it. Retail loves holding bags for 10 years. It's because they've been told to never sell. What do the words buying and selling mean? Oh my god, retail's gonna get rich when the hedgies have to buy back the shorts. Oh, fuck. They don't know we're going to the moon. This is all going to come to a head exactly when everyone thinks the first rate cut hits. It's going to be a glorious mess. Probably, although the March cut has gone from like 90% down to 35. It was 35 yesterday. Up now it's 15. Swaps price 15 bips cut for March meeting. Oh, okay. Did it go up? Are they saying the chance went up or the size of the cut went up? Was 4,900 before the meeting likely? Not if positioning stays the way it is right now. We might pump up because that's probably where the majority of straddle positioning is, but some of that's been falling off. We've already slipped $20 from the resistance. Retail's fine. They own SPY shares. The American financial system. Daddy Gronk, I'm here working from home, wildly attracted to you in that sexy gray t-shirt. Thank you so much, Carl. How's your day going? The American financial system wouldn't fuck me. I'm an American consumer, the cornerstone of our economy. The cornerstone of our economy is multi-trillion-dollar megacorps. Where do you get those fancy charts from, Gherk? Goldman's Prime book? Jimmy will rock it since it's a hedge, or so I was told. Oh boy. QQQ 415 end of day, or am I going full Peter Schiff? Dork, just because you made, fucking $30 on Humana doesn't mean you're ready to go full port gold. Yeah, it's a 2 p.m.'s the decision, 2:30 is the presser. But I think the press conference will be far more important than the decision. I don't think anybody expects a rate cut today. I'm super glad I'm mostly cash while I learn options. I just hold SRUF and a few Fubo for funsies. Okay. You or I down $12. If he is even slightly hawkish, do we drop like a tank or what this market needs to be awakened? Um they need to change the narrative on the rate cuts that are priced in. And I think if we do that, we're going to see financial conditions tighten pretty quickly. Bancorp looking rough. Yep. I don't trust JPOW anymore. You shouldn't. He's a lying cock. I'm way more than $30. However, I will probably sell the call at $30 profit. Nice. Was SRF a play? Yeah, when it was $12. It's done well. It has. $10? I think it was $10 actually. When it was a pickles pick. Let's do 75% increase. Shake it up. That'd be awesome. What are you complaining about now, Popcorn? Because URI's down $12? How's that my fault? Didn't Senator Warren tell JPOW to cut the rates? Yeah. Like a year ago, though. Hold on one second. You shorted URI. No, I didn't. Shorted Dow. Every month I sit in place of tension. I'm an optimist who thinks maybe he'll finally do something, but I know he's going to be a cuck and say nothing and end up more dovish than hawkish. That's because on the summary of opinions, JPow's the bottom dot. I think that's what no one realizes. Everyone thinks he's up here, like he's the hawk. He's the dove. Like these are all the other people. JPow's down here. I was complaining about the buffering, not you. Touchy, touchy, touchy. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time you blamed me for something. It definitely wouldn't be the last. Why are you bearish on the University of Rhode Island? Because I don't like their... I don't know. I'm not. This is United Rentals. And I'm not bearish on them. I haven't shorted them at all. It's okay. The top dots are going to be even higher this time. I don't think we get a dot plot today. Maybe we do. We shouldn't, though. First dot plot, I think, is March, right? I do blame you for most things, but most things are your fault. Thanks. Is your current level of turgidity and your wife having COVID also my fault? JPow's the dove, unless his wife yelled at him that morning and he's in a bad mood, then he's an angry hawk. Do you think FOMC will be more volatile than baking soda and vinegar? That's not a very volatile combination. It's a little bit, but... What was my first job? My very first job, when I was 13, I worked at a Target for 18 hours as a cashier. Sodium in water? That's a little bit better. Lithium in water. Lithium in air. 200 likes and I banned Popcorn Trader. Don't worry, Popcorn. He's just jealous because you're a pigeon whale. $18 hours is in per day, or is in fired after 18 hours? I quit. I quit after 18 hours. We might have a humdinger on our hands. Fuck you, dork. JPO is 1 p.m. Central Time. Why would anyone care about that? I don't care where you live. If you're trading, you need to set your clocks to market time. How long was training for the job? It was like 4 hours. It wasn't one shift. I was 13, so I was only allowed to work like 12 hours a week. And I had to get special permission from my school to do that. And they gave it to me because I was poor. I was paid $6.25 an hour, and they took 30% taxes out of my first check. And I was like, I'm never doing this again. I set my clocks to 8 minutes behind, so I'm always either late or early. Nice. Now you make $625 an hour. We've gone full circle. Maybe. We'll see where today ends up. All because of that 13 hours where it all started. It was 18. We called that work experience at my high school. I made $4 an hour as a dishwasher at 14. My first job besides mowing lawns. Yeah, mowing lawns wasn't really an option. It's okay. I took my paycheck at Target and I bought like 12 cases of sodas, which I then filled up my backpack with and brought to school and sold for $3 a pop. That was a 500% return. And then I did that for like a year until I got caught, and the guidance counselor told me that I was going to get suspended if I kept selling sugary snacks and drinks at school. Then you switched to water and savory snacks? No. No. Then I got in with some troublemakers for a little while. Yeah, let's call them that. Sounds like you're in training for an adult life luring. You slayed Crystal? No. My guidance counselor was obsessed with John Grisham and kept trying to get me to be a lawyer. Troublemakers? Gherk was part of the stage crew. I knew it. No, I wasn't. How did you transport 12 cases? It wasn't all at once. I would bring 20 of them with me a day. I just had to get them to my locker, right? And once they were in my locker, I was good. Hooligans? Yeah, they were hooligans. Did they put you in detention with a bunch of other misfits and outcasts? I think I only got detention once. It was in middle school. And then I got out of school suspension in my junior year. For like 3 weeks, which I think was just paid vacation. I didn't go to high school with Jay Fresh. I'm doing alright, Sisyphus. How are you doing? So no, it wasn't drugs. It was there was like this kid I knew and his older brother would give us phone cards and we would go out to like majority immigrant neighborhoods and sell the phone cards for him. It wasn't fully legal, probably, or above board, but I was 14. I didn't really give a shit. That paid really well. That old scam, yeah, yeah. I once had Saturday detention with four other students from all different walks of life. We all got a chance to tell our stories from different perspectives about why you got detention. I never raced for pinks. Did the phone cards actually work? Yeah, yeah, I think so. I mean, no one tried to kill me or say they got robbed. But I was supposed to sell them at a discount. Like so like in the store, like if you go to like a bodega or something, they would sell like the international phone cards for like $10, and for like the same number of minutes we would sell them for 5. And so what I would do is I would sell them for like 7.50 or 8, and then I would just keep the difference. He wasn't in the mob, but he was like a low level criminal. His not my friend, but his brother was. I lived in the hood. Everyone was just hustling. What was the point of fixing up an old Supra? Well, I wanted a car and it'd been in a wreck, so it cost me like $500 to buy it. And I could buy the body parts at 33 and a third discount. And so that's why. I had no intention of racing for pinks. What is retail bag holding? Probably the Mag 7. Arbitrage. Is retail also bag holding USB? Because I want to short it. I don't know. I kind of want to short it too. But not with the yield curve where it is right now. The 10-year is under 4%. That's not even scary. Dollar's moving back up though. VIX is back at 14. I sold that. I sold that at a pretty good price. Okay. Where's IWM? There it is. Is Boeing gonna do a hum? That's a good question. I could maybe answer. No, Boeing still has a long way to go down before anything like what's going on with hum happens. It would have to drop another $30. Also, Boeing looks like shit. At least from an options perspective. Does that steal my trade ideas? I'm also long PayPal, so I suspect it won't end well. What's happened to you? You've strayed so far from the path. I live my life one candlestick at a time. When I'm in a trade, nothing else matters. Not the bills, not the kids. Until I get stopped out, I'm free. Okay, here's a real noggin thumper. Win more down. Huh. Later? Hector's going to be running 3 Honda Civics with spoon engines. On top of that, he just came into Harry's and ordered 3 T66 turbos, a NOS, and a Motec system exhaust. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is this what we're going to do for the rest of the day? There's a path? I've just been bushwhacking through the forest. Yeah, well, rule one is don't take trades that are on Wall Street bets because they always suck. Live my life 1 second at a time. It's not enough times to come up with salient, topical, modified wording for famous movie quotes. How many win downs does Popcorn get before I time him out? Like 3 more. That's on AMD price over the next month or so. April Theta targeting 150 or lower. Will we get him up around 163 for a while, or it could just be post earnings repositioning? I'm not really paying attention to it, but it looks like it already failed off the high today. I mean, with their guidance lowered, I don't really expect them to move up into the range analysts wanted at least not right now. I think didn't they miss on EPS also? Hold on. Yeah, they did. They missed on EPS and they're trading at like a 1200 price to earnings. Like analysts can upgrade it all they want, but that doesn't mean it's it's gonna go up. It looks like AMD's Delta's starting to turn negative, Gamma's falling off. Charm dropped negative last night into close, and calls are falling off of it like crazy. So the bounce today may have just been short calls getting pulled back. If AMD falls back below, actually under 169 is already pretty bearish. And then Delta and Gamma neutral are down at like 150. 150 to 145. It'll start to slip. So it doesn't look particularly bullish. Son of a bitch. Slow grind up till FOMC. Let me see what we're looking like. Do I have gross gamma yet? No, still fucking not working. Well, maybe this will fix it. Yeah, QRA stuff was this morning. A slight uptick in calls at 48.95, but not very many. So yeah, little bit of call buying, but I wouldn't say it's enough to really do anything. Still seem pretty pinned to the kind of neutral point here. Maybe 90. There's some gaps. Not a ton of put selling right now, but there is a little bit. I think most of this is just a little profit taking off of the bottom. It looks like it's more driven by puts falling off than calls. Nice, Dork. Vold ratio? It's like the net buy and sell volume over each candle. I think like Vold, tick, and advanced decline are bullshit. Can we talk about baking? I got some starter from the neighbor and I've baked a few loaves already. Slightly different variations on feeding the starter. Fresh bread is amazing. If you can get some consistency with it, yeah. I'm not the best at baking bread. Probably because my oven sucks. No, it wasn't Nestle, Greg. A Fidelity financial planner cold called me indicating they have services to offer. Do you think they looked at my account and decided that I needed some serious advice? Possibly. Stop humming. Do you think they tried to get it around 4,900 for FOMC? They might. I mean, I don't know if they'll be successful at it or not. Right now, I would say they're not buying too many calls, so they're not trying to push it up very hard. They're used by largely by the same group of dipshits, C-mill. With all of this CRE being sold at a 70% loss, or keys just being given back, when does that bag of dicks hit? It seems like it should have by now. I don't know. They expect values on commercial real estate to drop like 24.8% this year. Um, there's a bunch of refinancing going on in quarter two and quarter three. So throughout the middle of this year, we'll probably see the strongest effects. Next year I think is even bigger. VIX is up from when I bought my Vega positions, but contracts are down because SVX is so much higher. Why did I get so much delta? I don't know why you did that. I got a hum Feb 16 380 for 450 yesterday. Feeling pretty good about that right now. That's a good contract. Nice. Are you good at eating bread? Yeah, I don't have any problem eating it. I just don't want to bake it. You have a swanky oven in that Long Island house, don't you? I do. Yeah. I could bake bread in that one. I don't want to go out there though. And I don't think the gas is on in the house. It doesn't have like a nat well, it doesn't have like a nat gas line. It's has like a propane tank. I could bake bread in the uni probably, but I can't use the uni on my roof anymore. He's not a private security guard. He's just the security guard for like the community. He's not my security guard. I mean, he is because he hangs out on my porch all day, but whenever leverage with top $2 calls for March 1st, please help. Also, win mod. I'm not moderating you. Lawrence of Arabia. I'm either sick with the flu or fighting off Tourette's. I don't know which. I see my absence is allowed for this healthy pullback before we tap 5,000 later today or overnight. Yep. Thoughts on win below DN and if puts will still be relatively cheap by then. I mean, you don't generally want to get into put positions below DN. You'd ideally be in them already. You want to get in them around GN, and yeah, they should still be relatively cheap unless we were to drop to GN very, very quickly and VIX were to move, but that's not something VIX usually does lately. Affleck's reporting tonight. Is Trash Dan about to eat ramen and mayo sandwiches? Maybe. You don't rent the house out? No. I don't want to get it up to habitable conditions. And by that I mean fix the pool. No problem, Lawrence. You don't even have your own private security guard. Do you feel ashamed every day? I have to play some Jethro Tull through the ring camera. Maybe he's more of a Steely Dan guy. I don't know what kind of guy he is. I'll fix the pool for a free summer spot. Hmm. Interesting. Ew, Jethro Tull, flute jams, gross. Turn the pool into a new foundation for a second home or in-law suite. It's already got like a guest house. Profits? Yeah. It's got a cabana and a guest house already. I don't think there's any room for another house. Also, I don't want the taxes getting any higher than they already are. Could you skate the pool? No, because it's like a quarter full of seawater. Yeah, it's a little heavier to the put side on IWM. I think Pow Pow's going to be a Hawk Hawk. Thank you for speaking in my language. No problem, Popcorn Trader. Although, if I ever do a cooking stream, I'm definitely going to do it there. Like Christian Slater would be there in a heartbeat. One could only hope. Is your refrigerator running at the Long Island house? No, I don't think so. The only thing that's running is the heat. I have to keep the heat on, or the pipes will blow up or something. I can't wait for you to say, combine the butter water with the irony boy. That's what I need to say. It's like cooking for 5-year-olds. Drain the pool and turn it into a geothermal bakery attempt for the world record's biggest bread. Don't think about the cost. Think about the glory. Okay, I'm pretty sure if I dig deeper there, I'm just gonna end up in more ocean. Not no geothermal vents on Long Island, I don't think. Long Island. Dude, that thing's gonna smell like death. Already does. Yeah. So I thought the liner in the pool was no good. Turns out pool doesn't have a liner. Now the contractor guy doesn't want to do it because it's too cold out. So I gotta wait till the summer and they're gonna pump it out and redo the concrete. Which is gonna cost me only $35,000. Is it really going up in value more than the taxes you're paying? Capital gains? Yes. I mean, I don't care if it goes up in value. I don't want to pay cap gains on it. The value is irrelevant, right? I got it for like 300 grand. Jay Fresh knows the pool guy. He is the pool guy. Is that you, turd? Are you trying to hide as somebody else? Cheaper to have the pool removed. No, it's not. How much could you make renting it once the pool is fixed? I don't know. Some real estate agent told me like 3,000 a week during the summer. Or 15K a month if I do it that way. It's got its own beach and a pool. But then I've got to pay like a management company because I'm not going to fucking go out there and do anything. Does it have escorts nearby? It doesn't have anything nearby. Is it fully furnished? Not fully. But it does have some furniture. I think the guest house is furnished because I think he was renting it on like Verbo or some shit. You can rent it out to escorts. You can dump the profits into a REIT and buy yourself more ice cream Sammys. I don't want to buy REITs right now. I'm short REITs. Don't ever refer to anything on Long Island as a beach. I mean, okay, sand. It has sand. And then ocean. Long-term cap gains, 2 years. I don't know. Can I come metal detect your land? Split whatever we find 50-50. No. I'll bring my Takero from Anaheim. Gross. I've been away. Anything exciting on the horizon for Beyond? Is it on Reg Show? Then no. They changed it a bit. I mean, there's more issuance on the top end. They shuffled around like 250 billion in bills. So to be taxed on any gains above 250K. You've lived in it for 2 years. I mean, sure. I don't think I have to live in it at all. I just have to own it for 2 years. I do get some mail there. What if you rent it out to the quants to have quant orgies? You mean let the quants live in it for free? I can't sell my apartment. I don't own it. I could sell my lease. I bought the house for 300K. I think it appraised for 2.6. So yeah, I would get taxed a lot. I can't get married right now because I'm saving that in case I have to marry a Brazilian national. That's a decent come up. Yeah. I feel like still would have rather have not dealt with it. 2.6K. That's terrible. Yes. Yeah, it really is. IWM, crazy vol. They're trying to get me to sell my puts before the FOMC meeting. And I won't do it. So yeah, we're still rooting for you and Cat Lady. She doesn't have Brazilian citizenship, I already asked. Think of all the Vega contracts you could get. I could get those anyway. I was at a party last week. Literally, I can't. Literally, tons of mail order, insane looking Brazilian women, and tons of wet blanket Irvine guys. Nice turd. Pretend Gafgarian. See, I know Gaff because he pays me money to not have a delay on his chat so he can argue about crypto in real time. That's how I know you're not Gaff. I haven't had to put $20 in the money in so long. What do? Have you thought about putting a stop loss on it? That way you can't complain to me about it when it's once again out of the money. Also, you mentioned Irvine. That's the other thing that gave it away, turd. I know a guy who works at Gray who has Brazilian citizenship. I don't think I'm ready to go gay for PBR. Not yet. Maybe if I buy another 55,000 shares, then I'll do it. These hands are diamond, baby. All right. But you're not selling the option. You're getting stopped out of it, Lily. Have you tried ORATs? Is it better than Intrinio? I can't remember if we tried that. I mean, they're all just the same. I don't think any of them are better than anyone else. I hope I see Gherkin the next season of 90 Day Fiance. That would be peak reality TV. Fair, you and Maria would be cute as fuck. Thanks, Nitu. What about Heineken? I for sure might go gay for that. Is that how you're? Is that how we're gonna talk about stocks now? You're not ready to go gay. I don't think you've assessed the internet influencer sphere correctly. Probably not. That's why there's like 600 people here instead of, or 500 people here instead of like 5,000. Also, we do look at charts all day, which is insanely boring. Half Brazilian, half Persian wizard centaur. That kid will have some next level gluteus maximus. I'm caked up. Probably have to get a C-section. Sounds like the Long Island house needs to become a Brazilian OnlyFans. Oh, okay. So, as like an audition, like an incubator. I like where your head's at, Jen Jen. Am I supposed to be liking the stream or something? Nah, fuck it. Up, down, sideways, or spirally today. We're already down. We're down 90 bips. But this isn't the margin account. This is the cash account. This is the margin account. They switch. So can we go up now? Why do you keep asking me that? You can't time me out. If I want to put a bunch of money into the market, can you make sure you bring it down to 420 in 3 months? Thanks. 4,200? Are you talking about QQQ? Can you rewind the day so I can get an entry on some puts? Brazilian sanctuary. Maybe there's tax breaks or something like that. I'm just trying to help poor single moms out of the favelas, you know? No, 420 like the apocalypse? And by money, I mean bottle caps. Alright. Interesting. Heard the bad news about Djibouti? Yeah, I did. Hopefully sailing works well. It's unfortunate. Yeah, if you guys don't know, Maersk is no longer servicing Djibouti. Those fucking shills. I know, right? Right when the Djibouti thing started to get some traction. I hope Ben's okay. I heard he flew out there already. Two years getting boofed hard. Yeah. What? I've already bought land. What hummingbird? Can you see 75 in your crystal ball? 75 is where the call wall is. I don't think we break 75 before the Fed meeting. That'd be weird. Really? I already applied for permits to build 10 Wendy's. Well, we're gonna have to put everything on pause. J-Fresh said it looked like a hummingbird kissing a man's thing. Oh, yeah. He sees... J-Fresh sees penises and everything. I'm not baking geothermal bread. Would Vix touch tips? With what? If Maerska's not there, why does the Danish Navy have their boat there? Or are they on scene already? That was quick. You know the house has a library? It's even got one of those like brass and oak ladders on the little track that you can slide. You can slide back and forth. So you can reach the top shelves. Long Island with a ladder? I'm in. Wouldn't really be worth having a bunch of librarians in the house without a ladder, you know? Shushing from atop the ladder is far sexier than ground level shushing. Have you been practicing ladder shushing, Jen? Turn the pool into a greenhouse for the winter. It does already have a bubble. I'm a natural. Excellent. Do you think there will be a war with Iran? I don't know, maybe. Depends on if we get a recession or not. We should replace the library books with whiskey. What? I have a lot of books, actually. I could use the storage. Today's changed my perception of Grandma's house. His grandma was rich. You're missing the opportunity to make this a giant koi pond. Ooh, that'd be nice. Although I think the salt water would kill them. We're with Iran. I can't wait till the flock of seagulls memes. Yep. You have 2 copies of options as a strategic investment? Actually, yeah, I do. It's an election year. Biden's gonna pull the Wag the Dog movie with Iran. We'll be tentatively at war for them until November. At war with them until November, right? Like it'll always just be maybe. That'd be smart. Like if you elect Trump, he's gonna go to war with Iran because we're gonna start it before we leave, right? That kind of thing. Smart. Good strategy. I like it. I have 2 copies of it. The first one was splattered with bloodstains. Don't buy secondhand. Hmm. Was that his biggest loss that year? I'm thinking no. He lost like I think he lost like almost 8 million on Netflix after the margin calls. What page were the bloodstains on? I want to know what sent them over the edge. Naked calls. I'm just gonna Biden ad on your stream with Obama, no less. Okay. Why did he sell the house on the open market for more money? Well, he said he was gonna pay me back, and I didn't believe him, so I made him collateralize it as part of a loan. I don't think he had time, honestly. He needed the money wired like the next day. I think he was afraid he was gonna lose his job. He's not supposed to trade securities. No, he didn't lose his job. He's still working there. That's not what he told us. He said you needed a house, so he was doing you a favor. And he told his wife that too. Your friend sounds cool. He's a moron. Good thing Netflix isn't a security, it's a streaming platform. The biggest stains are on page 870, 75. Volatility derivatives. No, he didn't go all in on Wetzel's pretzels, but he lost. So he lost, I think he lost like 2.2 million going long Tesla, and then he lost 8 million going long Netflix. I haven't seen him for a few months, but he's been out of the country, I think. I think he's been in Europe for like 3 or 4 months now with his wife. He's just a trust fund baby. I don't think he knows about the stream. I mean, at least I never told him about it. Has anyone you know ever found the stream? I think a couple of my friends know about it, but not many. The funny thing is, if he'd held the Netflix, I think he'd be up now. Are you excited for the Taylor Swifter Bowl? I don't know what that means, nor do I care. 'Make him buy $10 million of Nvidia. Why? Did you buy a call on Nvidia? Oh, 2 more hours. I'm just happy doing a slow march up today. I mean, it got rejected off of Delta Neutral this morning. So it's kind of moving back to retest it. I don't think Dow's doing that great. Yeah, it's just flat, so. Either that or a very long bear flag. That's possible too. Hmm. Probably, yeah. I can see us just chopping here. Are we gonna keep doing the thing we've been doing for 2 hours? Very likely. Regale us on how far in the money you expect these IWMs will go today. Well, they're for Feb 5th, so I have no idea. I don't know. Market? Lost your gun? I had some friends that would lend me 300k. A zero GT YOLO would be so exciting. I mean, do you have an extra house? Because I got you. Earlier today, when you said you were going to put up 2 charts without comment, I was positive we were about to see the VW squeeze chart with a "we are here" on the far right. No. Market's all-time high or double top to de-risk. If JPO's bullish or bearish, is the MM positioned for a downside trend? I mean, everything's just neutral here. Nothing's gonna happen until the meeting. There's a giant fucking call wall at 48.75 and another one at 4900. Everything in between is put heavy. Below 48.75, there's nothing. Above 4900, there's a little bit of call interest at like 10 and 25. I've got a condo. Gross. What? Land. I don't want a condo. What was the site you were using the other day that showed the shipping volumes of the Suez? I think I just got that off of Market. A local morning news anchor accidentally called the Fisker car the Fister. Adopted by Dan's. Thank you so much, man. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. And there you go, turd. Now you can change your name back and stop pretending to be Gaff. No, S&P market. That's not Gaff, that's turd. I got some land, but it's in Fresno and Bakersfield. Nope, keep it. Do you think Nvidia can make a new low, or does this bounce look bullish? I have no idea. I'm not trading Nvidia. Everything on Nvidia is bullish unless it falls under 598. I've staked a claim to 2.75 feet of my neighbor's backyard. Do you want in? No. Is war good for Nvidia? I don't think it makes a difference. They're not going to give you the. I don't think it's going to give you all the information you're expecting it. Why the fuck do you need that? I usually play a 0 DTE straddle for FOMC. I saw you mention we could remain flat even in the latter half of the day before earnings. Is a straddle at serious risk of flatness? There's some risk, yeah, because we have the big earnings tonight. We have what is it? Amazon, Apple, and Meta. So yeah, there's definitely a risk. It's a service. It's not a website. Here. If this fails, a lower high going into FOMC at 48.80 would be cool. It's probably about where we'll be. I've got half a house in Puerto Rico. Ooh. Tax advantage. Long Baba PayPal. Ew. I don't like either one of those. Ooh, FTDs. Neato. How's Beyond looking? Beyond's got some coming up next week. Not a ton. A decent amount. Tep's got some too. Holy fuck, IWM FTDs for tomorrow. Is that 2.5% of volume failed? Yeah. Notionally, that seems like quite a lot. XRT's got a bunch of shit coming up. Past anything on bots? Oh, cool. Thanks, man. We talk about tax advantages, and you don't talk about moving to Florida instead of Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico gets rid of federal tax. Fuck Florida. You still pay federal tax there. You just pay less in state taxes. Which is reasonable because what's Florida going to do with the money, right? Keep itself out of the ocean? Or failure to delivers. it's, it's kind of exactly what it describes. You do have a point. See, I would feel bad about giving Florida any money for taxes. Why is it relevant to our trades? It's relevant to some trades, not all of them. It's mostly a sign of illiquidity, but depending on the positioning and depending on the type of FTD, whether they're net long or net short, and what's being failed to deliver, they can drive price action. But I would say more importantly than driving price action, that they are a signal of a over short or illiquid environment, or both of those things. It's generally they're driven by the market maker having insufficient liquidity with which to hedge, and the MM is forced to create liquidity, which then fails to be delivered because there isn't enough of the underlying around for them to net off that exposure. I mean, over time they'll always net it off, but in some instances that can drive like covering that can drive a lot of price action. So that's a simple explanation. It's a fairly complex system, but it boils down to that. I know you're talking about taxes, but you're really moving to Puerto Rico for a bunch of thick Latinas. I'm not, although I may have to move to Brazil. QRA didn't have any surprises. It did a little bit. She's issuing a more duration than expected. But I don't think QRA had a big effect on prices. Most of the downside here is due to people being a little less bullish on the earnings. Series got a lot of FTDs. Doesn't mean it's gonna do anything though. It's also, got a huge float. You're still streaming from Brazil? I mean, I don't know. It depends on how long it takes me to find a wife. Argentina's where it's at. If Mexico isn't your cup of tea. Huh. Or overreaction? No, appropriate reaction. They're a large regional bank. Their failure would be bad. That's a bad sign. Who's gonna buy them? We couldn't even get rid of the previously distressed assets, and now we're gonna pick up more. And the BTFP is closing in like less than 60 days. So it's kind of like someone trying to short, but there not being any shares to locate for borrowing. Yeah, essentially. It tends to be indicative of synthetic shorting. And synthetic shorting has, well, over time, synthetic shorting has to be covered, right? It can't be held on to like a long short position. Like you can't just sit on it and eat the margin cost forever until the price hits what you want. Synthetic shorting, it really only has like 90 to 120 days of time before it has to be covered again. And so it's generally driven by volatility shorters and people that short the underlying via options. And then so FTDs are usually a really big signal of that. The more FTDs you get, the more of that's going on. And then you get cyclical volatility action, which also breeds cyclical price action. If you like good beef, Uruguay is worth a visit. Brazilian citizen. What is... Listen, if they cut off my PBR dividends, I need to marry a Brazilian so I can keep receiving them. Yo, been here since you took over for those dumb motherfuckers I won't mention back in like May of 21. Recently unemployed, hoping y'all can keep me afloat or on path to financial independence. Oh boy, don't take on too much risk with the money you have saved. You draw me an unemployment pickle? Ah, Jesus Christ. That's a tricky situation to be in. I would focus on sell side and keeping your risk minimized so you can generate a little bit of income, but don't try to chase down profits when you're out of a job. Also look for a job. So once the covering comes in during the low liquidity environment, theoretically you would expect volatile upside. Yeah, well, sometimes. There's a lot of caveats to that, but eventually the short vol position has to reposition, and when it does, you get generally a strong upside move and a lot of volatility. It can go the other way too, like it does on Nvidia, where they're shorting vol from the call side, and then they rip that back, and then the price rips even higher, and then they short vol again. See, it could technically go both ways, but the effect is pretty similar. I'm not Colombian, but I'd live in Colombia if I had to go to South America. Okay. Because of the cocaine? I don't have like a drawing of Lady VWAP. She's a deity. It's, you gotta. It's a mental image. You gotta create that yourself. Tesla's going back to 200. It should be able to. They just saved $55 billion in paying Elon. Although, no, it doesn't look particularly bullish. Doing a little bit better than the rest of QQQ, but definitely still in that bearish trend. Oh, I'm not going to get into the whole thing. Lost your gun. I've got like 800 videos on it. You can go watch them all. Bring back Cardi VWAP. I don't even know if I have that anywhere. I've got Angry Banana still. Space Stefan? Guybrush. Pickle Rocket. Okay. Support Pickle. Rave Pickle. Fickle. VWasp. Bullcat. Normal Stefan. Santa Pickle. Well. Charmadillo. Pigeon Whale. Oh, there's Lady VWAP. Are Cardi VWAP and Megan the VWAP beefing as well? I don't know. Did I hear the bear song? And he just said stops on my puts. You literally almost destroyed the market there. I almost sent it rocketing back to 49.10, you mean? I can't play the bear song before the FOMC meeting. Here, have a bullcock. Is that Pickle with a VWAP hat on the stream every day? Yeah, it's been there forever. I've literally never looked at the bottom left corner of the screen. And now you have. We can donate? Yeah? That one produces the greatest bull mayo? Yes, it does. And Brett calls himself a billionaire. Brett calls himself a lot of things. Awaiting pennies only to lose it to inflation instantly. What if we don't have extra Long Island houses? I don't know. Sounds like a you problem. Bull mayo is never discussed anymore, and it needs to be. I feel like bull mayo is discussed plenty. Brett is unemployed, so he shouldn't donate. That's true. I forgot about Brett's recent unemployment. Are you hedging FOMC or more bearish? I have a strangle open right now, an IWM. Cardi VWAP forced me to rearrange my desk and monitor setup when she came out. Who else talks about bull mayo? I don't know. Well, you're the one who turned your back on the Dans. All right. You can't turn your back on the Dans and then be like, oh, Dan things aren't talked about frequently enough. Bull mayo is literally and figuratively the glue that holds this community together. You guys still trade on unemployment? That seems like a bad idea. Why? It's not income, it's capital gains. I'm pretty sure you can trade as much as you want while you're on unemployment. Check your local state law, but I wish I was getting unemployment. I quit. I'm not eligible. Oh, lame. I already closed my SPX puts. Are they supposed to be heavier? Respectfully, I didn't turn my back on them. I retired and let the young Dans get the work. I had double carpal tunnel at the end. Lockjaw, too, I heard. Peerless Scarred. Holy shit. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. This is your fault, Brett. You started this. True gold champion indeed. Indeed. For some drinks this weekend? Thank you so much, man. I know you remember my technique. It took a toll on me, fam. You were a master at your craft. I quit a job and joined Zillionaire. I'm all good, right? It's from Brett, too. Alright. I mean, I don't think Brett would donate me half a port like that. Oh, yay. Are we getting the stickers back? Yeah. I pulled out the bullcock. And Cardi VWAP. It's only 5% of a true port, but it's double my current port. I still can't get over that I used to pay like $1,000 for near the money GME calls. Nice. Does that mean I'm bullish? Does what mean I'm bullish? The bullcock? No. Thanks, Honorable Pickle. A port? That's the spread on what I just foolishly market bought. Oh boy. What are you looking for to exit Hum? I mean, I'd like it to break Delta neutral. I do have a little bit of theta on it. I wanted to buy more of those today, but I forgot. And then I burned up all the settled cash trading chop on SPX. Although I hit the profit goal for this account for the day, I think. Did I? Yeah. A little more than. Zim's a piece of shit, we know. I know you can tell me what you see on it regardless. Why should I do this for you? You bailed on me. You bailed on Dillionaires. You DM me that whole thing about how you hate me and you're losing your wife and family because of me. And now you want me to look up your stocks? I don't have any fucking options data on it. It looks like an overpriced piece of shit to me. It's getting all this bullish momentum because shipping prices are going up, but they missed their last actual earnings by fucking $18 a share. That wasn't me. His name was Surface Smurf. I thought I would regret taking profits on GME back in 2021, but it was the best decision I ever made. Bobby Reb and Fubo, though, let's not talk about them. Fubo's a theta machine. I don't know what you guys are doing with it, but holy fuck is it awesome for selling cover calls and cash secure puts. It's literally just a theta money printer. Did Yellen release her thingy? The Kraken? Yeah. Everyone saw it. They canceled the press conference. Don't ruin the Fubo thing for me. Sorry. I assumed you guys were all selling cover calls and CSPs on it already. I'm holding way too many Fubo shares and selling pennies in front of that steamroller as much as possible. Just wait till the price on it goes up and then sell calls in the money. That's what I do. Who gives a shit if you get assigned? Find a different stock. Is it my baby Wheelin stock? That's, yeah. No more 10, 20, 30-year bonds ever again. No, she increased issuance on the 10, 20, and 30. Not by a lot, but I mean they're gonna fucking they're gonna do that thing where they just issue more later, right? To sell CCs, I'd have to own Fubo. You could sell naked calls. Fubo's why my port was green last year. Nice. Can Fubo hit $3 on earnings? It could go higher than that. I mean, it depends on how good earnings are, but I mean, if as long as they're still while on track to positive EBITDA, then I don't see why not. I kind of wish somebody would just buy them out, though, instead of having to wait. I'm going to get assigned on some BTU CCs at 26. I'd be upset, but my cost basis is below 20. Awesome. I think I was subbed for the info and to support you, but at the same time, all the energy you were putting into analysis, I couldn't really understand. So I was just losing money on similar. Ah. Well, Fubo, I mean, Zim doesn't look good. I mean, it's op. I don't. But the bullishness is all tied to, like, the situation in the Suez Canal, which it's not really a beneficiary of. So, I mean, it's at resistance. If it breaks higher, maybe it goes to like 1750. I don't care if you're a billionaire, by the way. But if you have like questions about what things mean, you should ask. Yellen's seemed like sneaking in girlfriend through the back. I feel like I'm gonna say this because I feel like a lot of people in the pickle jar fall into this category. If you're having problems managing your port and you have questions, or you're just blowing up over and over again, or there's something you don't understand, just ask. Like, I know you're all lurkers and like you don't want to talk to anybody, but just ask. That's the point. Otherwise it's just a waste of time, right? Like, if you're not gonna try to learn anything from it, what's overpriced piece of shit? Same was my ex's nickname for me. Should I call her? I don't know. You horny? Thanks, BMG. I have a question. Why am I so regarded? I assume you were dropped on your head as a baby. Maybe I'm wrong. You could have hit your head at some other point. For the entirety of this man's stream life, he's consistently responded to subs and no subs equally. A true man of the people. I mean, I still give Pigeon Wells DDS DD. So. What did I miss? No, you didn't miss a bear sign. I just accidentally clicked a thing. Maybe the leaded water or fluoride. Yeah. Definitely the fluoride. I think she would stab me. I mean, but fear erection. I love that I can ask you stuff. You're like our personal market teacher. It's the best. I mean, I try to respond to anybody who asks me questions, even if they don't pay me. Can you explain how to interpret the red, orange, green lines on your daily SPX charts? Is that expected trading range and midpoint? Oh, okay. So that is what the market maker is pricing in for a move, weighted by gamma, and then the orange one is the direction in which it is skewed. And you sent me a friend request. That's a lie. That didn't happen. Fubo investing into bare knuckle fighting. A sign they're on track of their goals. I hope so. Yeah, I saw that. Everything they've done for the last like year has been pretty good, right? Like, they've grown subscribers. They're still working on reducing costs. They're expanding content. Like, it's all the things you want to see. It's just and I mean, and there's some people who bought it here at $3, but there's also a lot of people that bought it at 1 and 2, and If you're in at those prices, I think you stand to make a decent profit over the next few years. I prefer my pineal gland calcified to the point that it's just another bone inside my skull. I have a question. How dare you? I dare. How does someone reverse this dropping of the head? I don't think you can. It's permanent. I think I have severe dyslexia. You're just finding that out now? A decade after law school? Well, if it wasn't you that sent me the friend request, who did I give my bank account information to? Someone else. Maybe it was one of your relatives in Somalia? Or former colleagues? Why is Upstart up today? I don't know. Is it up like a lot? Or is it just like barely up? It's up 39 cents, man. Because it's an illiquid, volatile piece of shit stock. I don't think it has a lot of like rhyme or reason to its price action. It's also got a beta of 5. That's before the decimal. Colleagues, only one relative, but that's through a weird dowry thing when I accidentally married a man's daughter when I gave them a goat. Interesting. If you could add finger puppets to your more educational segments, that would be great. I'd have to buy some. Not a decade. I graduated 2 years ago. I think it's more impressive that I did that with dyslexia. But did you know that you had dyslexia then? Just turn the book upside down. That's how it works, right? Is an IWM straddle free money? Not necessarily. Win potential ups on Beyond. I'm waiting for it to get back on Reg Show. Although it does look like it's got a little bit of ETF FTD covering coming up through the beginning of February. Mostly next week. So, I mean, I guess you could take like an out the money like debit spread or something if you wanted to try to play the upside of the ETF FTDs. Although it may not run a lot. So, Starbucks Fubo on its way down from $5 over a year and a half ago, and I've not stopped yet. I'm working my way onto the board, I expect. Oh Jesus. Yeah, you've been in it for a while then. I got into Fubo like the day before it like squeezed off in August of 22. Um then I picked up more like under a but when it went under $1, I think some more at like 150. I haven't really bought much since then, but I've taken a lot of synthetic long positions on it back when it used to go below 2. I have a synthetic long on it at 3 right now. I just thought everyone had trouble reading out loud and saw letters and words that aren't there. Nope. Nope, that's not normal. So ADM, the thing is you're gonna have to wait for the financial forensic information to come out after they get audited, because no one knows what the fuck is actually going on there. But yeah, I mean, I'm probably gonna average down my small. I have a small position there. Um, they got hit pretty hard with the drop, so I'm probably gonna average it down. I don't think it's quite in the same position Humana is. Um, I mean, not even the same industry, right? But do I have data on that? I don't. Maybe I have it here. No, I don't have any. I don't think I have any options data on it. Turn the book upside down might be the funniest joke you've ever made. I guess I was just being an asshole. You could get one of those leather couches you linked like last night, but an alligator for your library? Why would you want an alligator couch? That sounds rough. I think I just gaslit myself into thinking that I was the normal one. Oh, interesting. Hey Guac, after finishing options as a strategic investment, are there any other reading materials you recommend that go really in depth on options and the market mechanisms that they involve? You can get into like options and volatility pricing by Shelton Nattenberg. You could read some of the like John Hole's books if you want to go deeper down the rabbit hole. Was better to use Yahoo Ask or Quora for my tax questions? I don't know. Did you get in on Solana? I won't log Solana. I sold it already though. I actually bought it after an argument with Gaff when it was at like $12. Hold on, I just sold it recently. A few weeks ago, I think. When crypto was just ripping face. I don't know if any one stream was my favorite. I mean, like thinking back on it, I can't think of any that were particularly were specifically my favorite streams. There's been a lot of shit that's happened. I mean, I don't know which one was my favorite though. March OPEX was fun. The Pimento was pretty great. It was definitely wasn't the one with Cosmic Lightning Warrior. That was March OPEX. Oh, that one where I told all the people that were still holding Bobby that the company was going to go bankrupt and they were going to lose everything. That was a pretty fun one. The morning of Freg's Day. Oh yeah, that was fucking peak bullish euphoria. My pre-freg birthday, where we went up like $30. Defer Pex was cool, but it was only cool because it was like the last part of the mechanism that we didn't understand. But like Defer Pex itself was kind of boring, right? It took like weeks to go up 20-30%. That was shirtless OPEX, yeah. The time you read regulations to Koala Hugger. The perm was my first exposure to the degeneracy that is the internet. Japan's surprise announcement was rewarding. Oh, that was fun. Yeah. In July when we first started dropping. I don't care what anyone says. The morning of Freg's Day was it. If you could bottle that feeling and sell it, you'd be a billionaire in an hour. Yep. Right until the rug got pulled. I remember that period so well. We used to get hyped and show our calves and shit. Freg's Day Massacre was brutal. It was, yeah. If only we knew about Gamma Max back then. We could have sold the top. 100% BMG. I thought we'd finally done it. What's up, Kirk's P.O. Box guy? I blew up my account mismanaging puts, waiting for the crash after banks failed last year. That was fucking rough. That was definitely one of the worst times on the stream. Bank failures leading to a market bounce and Freg's Day were arguably the worst. Oh, May OPEX, when everybody like learned how to sell covered calls after March and made a bunch of money. And then I was like, wait till Wednesday to sell covered calls, and no one waited. And then the stock went up like 50% in half an hour. That was a fun one. Mayo Pex, yeah. 1,000% gains on calls, man. Yeah, it was cool. I made 1,000% on some IWM calls the other day. 1,100%. That was fun. They were like 8 cents. Can you describe picking entry times based on vol, theta, etc.? And then your thresholds for bailing on positions for risk management. I mean, picking entry times based on vol. I assume you're talking about like selling vol, like once it's peaked. Generally, like if I feel that vol has peaked on something, or it's trading near or above gamma max, and there's not a lot more risk of upside, and volatility starts to turn down, which is generally a sign that other people are shorting vol. I would enter short vol like at a moment like that, but there's a lot of nuance to those entries. So if you could be more specific there, I could probably give you a better answer. But I mean, usually you want a little bit of time because it can take a while for vol to crush out completely. And it can also take a while for the price to fall, depending on what the underlying is, right? And then bailing on positions for risk management, it just depends on the account size. I mean, most of my trades, I try to set my like risk management based on like total allocation and like risk per position. So I mean, like, and you've got to play with that and figure out what works for you. But like I would say 10 on options, like say on a 10% of the account position, probably no more than a 20% drawdown on that position. Maybe 25 if the underlying is particularly volatile or it's like a short-term trade. Um, but yeah, generally try to set stops right around there. How was shirtless Gherkin not the number one slot? I mean, I made way more money off the pimento than I did in March OPEX. It just took more days. I think at the bottom of October, I had 125 dead straddle legs that were open for November OPEX. And then I bought calls on top of that. But I think by like December 1st, actually I think by November, the market had gone up like almost 20%. Ted Straddle Legs is the name of my new band. Nice. Do you have Gamma Max on Hum? Oh, we're nowhere near it. um Hum's still below Delta neutral. I think GM is at like 5 something, 516. Yeah, 516. I don't think it's running to Gamma Max. Even if it squeezes off, I would be surprised if we move much above like 408, 410. The news it got was still really bearish. DN and GN are at like 82 and 85. No, 410 isn't DN. DN's at, I think DN's at 82. What's the hum analysis? Oh, it's just like squeezing off on the cover bid. It's like a put profit taking rally that's extending further and driving like the MM to continue buying the upside move. If it gets above DN, the upside will start to get some stability, and then even more above GN. Are you buying the GME coin on Solana? No. That's hum. That's not a weird cow chicken thing. That's a bullcock. Here, I'll make it smaller. VIX is back under 14. 4,900 before FOMC. I don't know. VIX going down into FOMC normal? I mean, it's normal if they're shorting vol really hard. Yeah. The thing on the screen is what my wife has been going on about for the last year and a half. I don't know. The bullcock? I couldn't participate in the Pimento because I think Rev got delisted around the same time and I lost most of my port. Makes sense. Rev did get delisted. I did try to tell people that that was a possibility. Do we have a poll for the Fed rate decision today? No, because they're just not doing anything today, right? Rev was where half my Bobby gains went. Rev was where my Rev gains went. It's I don't think the price of the house is up very much from when I got it. It might even be down a little. Um but I'd say it's pretty steady. I still have it, yeah. I haven't sold it because I don't want to realize the cap gains. Is there weirdly no GME NFT marketplace news recently? MOASS must be soon. They got rid of the marketplace, popcorn. I'm buying some 1 PS on that was a mistake I'll never make again. Yeah, $1 puts would have been awesome. We all tried to tell people that it was possible for delisting. Rev almost sunk me. I put a lot of money out. I was next to certain that it wouldn't get delisted. I mean, I lost 100 grand on it. I was pretty certain it wouldn't get delisted either. It still pisses me off because they didn't meet any of the qualifications, but yeah, there was always that chance that it was going to happen anyway because ultimately it's decided on by a board of people and not really rules because they don't need to follow them. I made like 100 and I think I made like 110,000 on Revlon the first day I played it. I was balls fucking deep in 35C Jans and they like 12x'd. Greased palms greater than rules. Yeah. The real shitty thing about Revlon is unlike Bobby, after they delisted and went private, perfectly successful company. They've got a bit of debt to manage now, but they're making money. They're profitable. It wasn't a bad company. Just the debtors fucked everyone, right? I broke even on Rev. That's not too bad. Where do you think a hawkish take could lead SPX for the rest of the week? I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it'd have that much of an effect today. It might. It might drag us a little lower, but I don't think we're gonna move substantially until after we get tonight's earnings out of the way. Those bankruptcy suits destroyed the company big time. Yeah. Sucks. You have a range on IWM for bull or bear? Not really. I mean, I feel like I've got options in the correct places, depending on which outcome we get. But I'm probably just gonna kind of hold them until expiry. IWM's got a lot of potential because of the massive short position on it. Right now, that short position's being hedged, so it's not dropping really fast. But um, if JPOW's hawkish and rates are going to stay higher for longer, that's going to murder breadth, and they're going to pull back their hedges on the short position and let it ride. The opposite's true if he's dovish. So I think IWM's a pretty good place to be. I made a solid amount at the beginning though, so I really only lost a few thousand. But protective puts or protective calls is something I always do now. Yeah, I sold a lot of calls on it before it got delisted, but unfortunately that wasn't enough. I've been in a meeting for the last hour or so. FTDs are out, nothing crazy. Yeah, I saw. Thank you. I think right now most of the shorts are squeezed off, so things should be fairly liquid. I mean, Beyond's getting losing like dropping liquidity a little bit. Top's getting a little liquid now. But I think they're still a little ways away from seeing any covering. You think that if there's typically a very narrow window to enter a straddle between the Fed's rate announcement and JPAS speech? Ivy's crushed on zero DTs and entry is way cheaper. Yeah, you can also I mean you could just wait through the presser and then just like not take positions until you have a better idea of direction. It saves you a lot of headache from having to manage like the big up and down spikes. But I mean, Ivy on the zero DTs really won't crash out until the end of the day. Generally speaking, they stay pretty expensive all the way into close. I mean, sometimes a point oh one delta hedge. I mean, sometimes a point one delta hedge is all you need. I mean, if they pull back their hedges, then yeah, the short position's gonna pressure the index down. Let's unlong the 10-year yields before the meeting. I don't know. I suppose. How are you going to do that? You're going to short TLT? Carl can eat shit. I'm out. I just wanted to let Carl know this before I do. All right, later, BMG. Send me out, big boy. If I've learned anything, it's not about what you need, it's about what you can afford. That's why I'm on port lucky number 13. This is the one. I know it. You're gonna get there one day, Brett. Not because you're gonna get better at trading, but because nothing deters you. Up. BMG got. Okay, when is it appropriate to start wearing white again? Is it before Labor Day? I don't know. I don't know how that shit works. Whose earnings are today? Amazon, Apple, Meta? When Brett and others say stuff like that, I can't tell if it's real or not. What do you think? I have no idea. I assume he's being completely honest. You never want to be that guy that quits gambling before winning a bajillion dollars. I'm concerned. I don't wear white socks anymore because I can't figure out what it means. I I don't even own white socks. I don't think I own any white clothing at all. Ah, that's not true. I have some dress shirts that are white. And I have a suit. Not really white. It's more of a like beige cream color. Tidy. I don't own any tidy whiteys. Ew. What are you, 4? You got a beige suit? Gross. Mormon. It's like it's like a light summer cotton suit for days on the vineyard, or if I go to Cuba. If you had to convince us that the economy is doing great, what would you say? The American government will stop at nothing to make sure your calls print. I'm the guy that has high white socks and I tuck my sweatpants into the sock. Judge me? Why would you do that? What's the point? Men should only own black and blue suits. Most of my suits are black and well, that's not true. Actually, I have like some gray. I have 2 gray suits. I have a navy suit and then a lighter blue suit. Actually, I only have like 2 black suits. I have a tux and then a black suit. I have a light gray suit. Now my light blue suit's like baby blue. It's real soft. I don't think I fit in any of my suits. Is that a bull rooster? It's a bullcock. I've been here at least lurking for 2 years, and I have no idea what is the genesis of the animal experiments. And is this a cult? No, not at all. It's very specifically not a cult. It's part of our theme song. And if you look in the hymnal on page 15, it says how we're not a cult. Slim cut? I mean, yeah, that's why they don't fit anymore. But that's what all cults say. Well, you know, but we're serious about it. Where do I send my indulgences? Light blue is what I'm wearing for my wedding. Nice. Mine's got like it's got some like metallic threading in it. That one's tailored. That one's nice. I like that suit. So it's got a little bit of a sheen to it, but it's a very baby blue. Maybe like a little darker than baby blue, but not much. Does anyone understand, or did you just come on day 1 stream talking about pigeon whales, and everyone's like, "Yeah, this sounds normal." No. So pigeon whale came about because I tried to make a whale sound because someone was buying out of, like, I forget what it was about. Somebody was buying out of money calls on something. And I made a whale sound, but it sounded like a pigeon. And then I was like, no, that was a whale sound. And then the pigeon whales were born. And then it was such a ridiculous thing that I made it the most expensive membership tier that I thought nobody would ever actually sign up for. Then people signed up for it, so I had to make it a thing. I've never owned a tailored suit. You just haven't lived. That's okay. I've never even been sized at a Macy's. Do you own any suits, Dork? Tailored suits are a whole different level, man. This one is my first, and I just felt so special. I couldn't stop smiling. It's like having, it's like, it's what I imagine, like, if you were lived in the Middle Ages, like getting your first set of armor. But now. I will. I must stay in shameful dillionaire for now. In another 2 years, I'll ask about the pickle fascination. Thanks for the pigeon whale story. Oh, I could just. Okay. All right. I'll let you know. Let me set your calendar. I own one dress shirt and a pair of khakis. Are they Dockers? Read Cinnamon's comment. How can we be a cult when we don't even have fearless, ruggedly handsome Centaurian stock wizard leader? Exactly. I still haven't received my hymnal. Have you given Popcorn Trader your banking information yet? It usually comes in the welcome package after that. Evening gown greater than suit. Disagree. Although I've never worn an evening gown. I guess it'd make me feel like a princess. Back when high waters were a thing, and now it just sits in my closet. Suit of armor feels way better, does it? Anyone can buy a $250, $400 tailored suit on iTailor. Yeah, that's not the same, poopy pants. They are, in fact, Dockers. I got them 30% off. Ballin'. Shout out to the poors. When I was broke, I would get my suits tailored by this old lady in Chinatown. Best prices, very handsy. I got like 5 tailored suits for the price of one. Alright. Back then, armor showed off wealth. Now it's fine Italian suits. Exactly. All in on a budget. Send me your sizes so I can customize a green pickle bodysuit to send you. No thanks. Not that I don't want a green pickle bodysuit. I just don't want to measure myself anywhere. Floor-length gowns with your hair did up. And you have some nice heels on and you feel like you can take on the patriarchy. Yep. I can become an epic trader, but I feel sad that I will never have a name like Poopy Pants. You can always change your name, Mikey. It really is the same. It's the same producer that most of those guys go in and out of office, who go in and out of offices go. What? iTailor? I mean, maybe in the Midwest. Like, everyone knows the interns are wearing poor people suits. It's discussed way more than it should be. I used to find suits at the Goodwill and have them tailored to me. I used to be able to find some quality suits there. Interesting. Because I guarantee it, or at least the sexy bearded guy does. It's like buying a suit off Amazon. I have a feeling that his name is not Mr. Poopy Pants. Mine isn't Guy. It may not be. I'm not sure what would be more amazing for Pontiff of VWAP, the mythical eggplant parm or Gherkin in an evening gown. I'm not wearing an evening gown if you get Pontiff. In the Midwest, you get your first suit when your first grandparent dies. They oversize it, and then you wear that for the rest of your life. That's why people say things like eat the rich. I rather like my poor person suit. Okay. I'm not saying your poor person suit is bad. I'm just saying people are going to make fun of you if you wear an I Taylor shirt or an I Taylor suit and they actually know what expensive suits are. I heard sexy bearded guy. Why was I summoned to time out BMG? He called you, and I quote, wait, hold on. He said you can eat shit, smile, I'm out. I wanted to let Carl know this before I do. And then he also made fun of your low testosterone levels. Jesus Christ, what did you time him out for 24 hours? Valmont QQQ getting a little freaky. Never mind, I'm just being a conspiracy nut. I take it back. What's the fucking price for the option? Hmm. I wear Versace with a bandana with a knot over my temple. Nice. I get my tailored suits for free. When I'm trying it on, I fake my own death. I'm going to take a guess about VWAP. It was the only indicator when the channel started and first viewers, like Caveman to a Fire, thought it was divine indicator. Yeah. I'm gonna sleep good tonight knowing about pigeon whale history. It would be cool to see the clip. Um, I don't remember when it was. April 21? No. June 21? Something like that. I have Hugo suits too, weddings and funerals, plus the occasional court dates. Nice. Um, Hugo and CK make some good suits. Cutting your hum position? I don't know. It's blown through my stop limits like 3 times. So I guess not. Cardi VWAP looks thicker than I remember. It's been a while. There's not enough suit occasions in our society anymore. You can get a job in finance or politics and wear one every day. Hugo makes good suits for Nazis. Well, yeah. I mean, at one point they did. I have I think I have like one Armani suit, and then a bunch of them are Cesare Antolini or Adolini, and then I have a Brioni and 2 Tom Ford suits. You can get a job in. Please just stop there, Gherk. Stop rubbing it in. You quit your job? I mean, I feel like you could. That doesn't preclude you from a different job. Do any of those suits still fit you? I don't think so. I weighed like 40 pounds less, at least. Even the loosest one. Brioni is the way to go. Yeah, those are nice. I like those. I had a KNT. I think it was called like KNT, and that was actually one of the most comfortable ones I had. My suits are all Berea. That's that's pasta. Barilla. That's not. They don't make suits. I have a polo and a nicer pair of jeans. This is why you didn't get the job at Citadel, Carl. I think I've seen you in a suit before. No. Maybe. Was I wearing a blazer with that? Probably not. Probably just like a dress shirt or something. Some of the jewel tone dress shirts. How dare you? It was a blue dress shirt with a black sweater over it. Yeah, that's not a. That's absolutely not a fucking suit. Yeah, Grandpa's funeral. Oh, did I? Yeah, I probably had, but I probably didn't wear a suit on stream for that. Made you look terribly Midwestern. Wow. I was just trying to wear dark colors. It was a funeral. You came home from the doctor in a fancy button-up vest. The doctor? The fuck would I wear a vest to the doctor's? You can still look fuckable at a funeral. I always look fuckable, Brett. You're telling me? Why do you think I'm still here? Hot nurses? I don't think so. There was this one allergist that I was trying to get to date me, but she wouldn't. You said you like to dress up for your prostate exams. Yeah, I was probably joking. I don't think I was at the doctor. I was probably just somewhere else. I didn't want to tell you guys where I went. I've been working from home since the end of Feb 2020. I mean, not anymore. If no rate change, how do you think that will affect Upstart? Thank you. I mean, it's not good for them. Higher for longer is bad for them. It's been the same effect on them for the last year. It's still a prostate exam though, just not at the doctor's. I've been pretending to work from home, which is why I don't have a job since Feb of 2020. So FOMC, are we gonna do the normal big move up or down, then the opposite again kind of thing? I don't know how big of a move we're gonna get out of it. I don't think expectations are. I mean, unless there's some sort of surprise. I don't think it's going to be too crazy, but yeah, we'll probably do the usual thing where the straddles and strangles break apart. Is Joan going to go bankrupt? Possibly. I don't really know enough about their financial situation, but I would believe it. Who the fuck shops there? Is Fubo a good stock to wheel? It's... I don't know. It's a good stock for selling short straddles on. I mean, are CSPs on Fubo not lucrative? $22. What's that? Eight, almost a 9% yield on the 250. You can sell the 3. The 3's a 17% yield. They're not better now. I unironically shop at Joann's for fabrics, and it's decently busy every time I go in. Do you live... Hold on. Do you live in the middle of the country? Oh, wait. Zoomers are getting really into, like, crocheting now, right? That's the new... Yes, Midwest. Yeah, it doesn't count. No offense, but you guys aren't big economic drivers. Anything west of the Hudson River? Yeah, basically. Midwest. Exactly. This guy gets it. If Durant goes bankrupt, the Cresto fascist Hobby Lobby wins. Is that bad? I'd like to argue that, but looks at agriculture. No one cares about that. Oh, 1 second. All right, where was I? Anything west of the Hudson? Joanne for Halloween. Crypto fascists. Hobby Lobby. Uh, Companies laying off thousands of people. Carl got a job. I am the economy. Nice. Looks at agriculture. That's like 5% of GDP. Fuck off. 90% of you guys take up 90% of the land, 5% of the GDP. If anything, agriculture is an embarrassment. Do you know how annoying it is to grow crops? No, because I'm not a farmer. I would never nominalize you, Jen Jen. Gherk, land votes, people don't. We're a constitutional republic. You guys don't deserve to have nearly as many senators. I should grow my veggies in the living room with a vertical garden, and it's amazing. You should let Dork know. He's really into vertical farming. Explain pants, tubes for your legs. So people don't see your business. You cannot grow potatoes in a vertical garden. Grow them on the bottom level? Let's ask Potato Tom, all right? We've got an expert. I don't think we need to deliberate. Strangle call side that could use some saving if hawkish. Okay. You grow corn on the top of the vertical garden. Potatoes at the bottom, corn at the top, everything else in between. Explain vol shorting today. There's not a lot of it, but we're below vegan neutral, so it shouldn't have a negative effect on price. I think he's implying that there's not enough below to the next level of the vertical garden for the potatoes to take root. We just find a solution to the empty office buildings. Vertical farming. It's not the solution you think it is. Stop trying to talk up Illinois. Yesterday you were trying to say they pay the most taxes. No one cares about Illinois. I've been there. I've been to all the parts of Illinois. It sucks. It's just in the middle of things. That's what it's got going for it. It's the most central of the central places. So they built a city there. You suck. I know. That's okay. Illinois is sophisticated. Is it? If you drive 20 minutes from Illinois, you get to Gary, Indiana. Don't talk about East Chicago that way. We give you your options contracts, again, in the middle. You think JPA's smart enough to know the shipping issues are going to reignite inflation? I know there's a 0% chance he mentions it. I mean, I'm sure he's aware. Illinois is the home of Malort. Why would you name one of the worst things? Favorite thing to grow? Cucamelons. Not sure if you're familiar, but they're amazing. I think I've heard of them. Malort is the worst drink I've ever tried. Grappa from Italy is pretty fucking disgusting. Also, Fernet Branca. Have we gone a while? Is Fubo hot or not? Oh, it's not. We were just looking at options pricing. Jimmy might bounce back to like 16 or 17 next week. End of this week into next week. But I don't think it's all that interesting. Poll for engagement. Why? People don't like the stream when I put up polls. Here, I'll do this for engagement. Oh, no, I won't. Never mind. I don't know what mumblecore is. Do you think vol players will someday return to GME? Yeah, probably, when there's less risk. Are we looking at Bobby before the crazies got involved? No, not really. I mean, Fubo's just on a self-directed path to profitability, which they've been incrementally achieving over time. But it has pretty good yields on CSPs and CCs, so it's decent for selling theta against. Are you surprised there's still more than 100 people that watch your stream? I'm still, yeah, I'm still, there's a lot of people that are in and out of here every day. It's still very surprising, I think. Like individual viewers or like individual accounts that view the stream every day, is still like in excess of like 4,000. The people that hang out here all day is kind of a different group. I love you. I will never leave. Thanks, Big Dill Danionaire. I think cutting rates pressure the carry trade. Yeah, I think that's what you saw a little bit of this morning with yen dropping was a little bit of hedging in case the Fed is dovish. I will leave when I find a job. What if it's from home? The people who hang out here all day, you mean all the realtors and financial advisors? Yeah. The ones that worry about the people who are here all day and don't say anything. Why would I worry about them? SPX 4900 today? I mean, it's definitely not out of reach. We're all here until MOASS, right? Okay, so forever. Awesome. People who hang out here all day are a different breed. Well, I mean, there's like 500 or 600 of you, depending on the day, that are here like open to close, right? And I feel like those people are probably a lot more focused on day trading than anything else. So, I mean, yeah, day traders are a bit of a different breed. Maybe I'm subconsciously sabotaging my job search by not starting it. We have Moxie. Yeah. It wasn't an insult. None of us are traders. I'll just work from home. Just pay $5, Thundercube, you cheap fuck. It passes the time. I've gone through multiple names on here. You've been laces out for a while, though. $30 out of the money, 0 DT calls, still $4? Fuck off. Yeah, they're still overpriced. They'll get a little cheaper after the decision drops. I'm not here to day trade. I'm here to see you take your shirt off. You'll also be here forever. I won't waste the company bandwidth having your stream on 2 PCs and Discord on my phone. Formerly Kevin Williams. Vix, oh, oof. It's 2 o'clock. Fed rate does not expect lower rates until better data. Ha. Price them all out. Let's go. Man, my IWM 200Cs aren't dropping in price at all. What the fuck is going on? There's nothing bullish in this. All right, let's look at it. All right. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a solid pace. Job gains have moderated since early last year, but remain strong, and the unemployment rate has remained low. Inflation has eased over the past year, but remains elevated. The committee seeks to achieve maximum employment and inflation at the rate of 2% over the longer run. The committee judges that the risks to achieving its employment and inflation goals are moving into better balance. The economic outlook is uncertain, and the committee remains highly attentive to inflation risks. In support of its goals, the committee decided to maintain that target range for federal funds rate at 4.25 to 5.5%. And considering any adjustments to the target range for federal funds rate, the committee will carefully assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. The committee does not expect it will be appropriate to reduce the target range until it has gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably towards 2%. In addition, the committee will continue reducing its holding of Treasury securities and agency debt and agency mortgage-backed securities as described in its previously announced plans. The committee is strongly committed to returning inflation to its 2% objective. In assessing the appropriate stance of monetary policy, the committee will continue to monitor the implications of incoming information for the economic outlook. The committee would be prepared to adjust the stance of monetary policy as appropriate if risks emerge that could impede the attainment of the committee's goals. The committee's assessments will take into account a wide range of information, including readings on labor market conditions, inflation pressures and inflation expectations, and financial and international developments. Decisions 5.5. Conduct standing overnight repurchase agreement operations, minimum bid at 5.5, 500 billion limit. Conduct repurchase operations at 5.3 with a per counterparty limit of 160 billion. Rollover at auction, the amount of principal payments from the Federal Reserve's holding of Treasury securities maturing in each calendar month that exceeds a cap of 60 billion per month. Redeem Treasury coupon securities up to this monthly cap and Treasury bills to the extent that the coupon principal payments are less than the monthly cap. Reinvest into agency securities the amount of principal payments from the Federal Reserve's holdings of agency debt and agency MBS, 35 billion. Engage in dollar roll. Okay, yeah, so no changes at all. Pretty hawkish. Give me a second and I'll get the thing set up. Bear City? I mean, gotta price out some rate cuts here, right? Seems like future traders are still keeping that bet in place for the first rate cut in March, despite the announcement. Although the probability of it's significantly lower, and that may be gone by the time the meeting's over. I don't know. I guess it depends on your losses on the call side. I feel like vol's still pretty high, and call side hasn't trimmed much. I have a straddle on SPX too, and it hasn't like the call side hasn't priced down very much. But we'll wait. A lot of today, and this information was all expected. So a lot of today is going to be based around sentiment and JPAS statements at the presser in 25 minutes. So give me a second. I'll be right back, and then we'll get set up and go into the press conference for the rest of the day.
Oop. I took out any mention of banks being strong and resilient. Well, they're about to cut off their funding, so... looks like March and May are priced about the same now. All right, let's get the... Federal Reserve YouTube popped up here. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I made this. So it took me a minute. I was cooking from scratch. I'm starting to think Fed fund futures are pretty much worthless. I didn't make the pasta from scratch. Why'd you use such a tight stop on Hum? Because it's a bit unstable? Because I wanted to get stopped out of it. We stuck here until JPOW talks. Maybe we might float back up towards mean a bit before the meeting starts. We got about 5 minutes. All right, I'm gonna have to get rid of those. Put this up here. All right, and yeah, I think we're good. I'll switch this to VIX for now. All right. All set. I kind of agree on your earnings assessment, except I don't know if Amazon's going to be good, but they should be fine. Although they may have lost some of their cloud services to Microsoft. Is buying puts for the meeting risky? I mean, at least hedge them or something. Holy shit, this is amazing. I just grabbed a handful of various vegetables and chopped them and then threw them in some pasta with cream, butter, and cheese. And it's delicious. I don't know of anyone who's migrating to Azure. Azure, Azure, I don't know. And yet, their sales are up. So how's that? He's not going to wear a red tie. That would be divisive. What he should do is just come on stage with a live hawk and like a leather glove while he's speaking. Juror. Oh. God damn it, they tricked me. I'm waiting for their elevator music to turn off so I don't get copyright flagged by YouTube again. I got some snacks. Let's do this. Me too. I made a whole lunch for this.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. The economy has made good progress toward our dual mandate objectives. Inflation has eased from its highs without a significant increase in unemployment. That's very good news. But inflation is still too high, ongoing progress in bringing it down is not assured, and the path forward is uncertain.
Holy
I want
fuck.
to assure the American people
Dude,
that we are fully
slow
committed
the
to returning
bullets
inflation
down.
to our 2% goal. Restoring price stability is essential to achieve a sustained period of strong labor market conditions.
Clearly he
that
didn't
benefit
finish in
all.
the conference room.
Today, the FOMC decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce our securities holdings. Over the past 2 years, we have significantly tightened the stance of monetary policy. Our strong actions have moved our policy rate well into restrictive territory, and we've been seeing the effects on economic activity and inflation. As labor market tightness has eased and progress on inflation has continued, the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals are moving into better balance. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a solid pace. GDP growth in the fourth quarter of last year came in at 3.3%. For 2023 as a whole, GDP expanded at 3.1%, bolstered by strong consumer demand as well as improving supply conditions. Activity in the housing sector was subdued over the past year, largely reflecting high mortgage rates. High interest rates also appear to have been weighing on business fixed investment. The labor market remains tight, but supply and demand conditions continue to come into better balance. Over the past 3 months, payroll job gains averaged 165,000 jobs per month, a pace that is well below that seen a year ago, but still strong. The unemployment rate remains low at 3.7%. Strong job creation has been accompanied by an increase in the supply of workers. The labor force participation rate has moved up on balance over the past year, particularly for individuals aged 25 to 54 years, and immigration has returned to pre-pandemic levels. Nominal wage growth has been easing, and job vacancies have declined. Although the jobs-to-workers gap has narrowed, labor demand still exceeds the supply of available workers. Inflation has eased notably over the past year, but remains above our longer-run goal of 2%. Total PCE prices rose 2.6% over the 12 months ending in December. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.9%. The lower inflation readings over the second half of last year are welcome, but we will need to see continuing evidence to build confidence that inflation is moving down sustainably toward our goal. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We're highly attentive to the risks that high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and
Is
we're
that a
strongly
Microsoft
committed to returning
Surface?
inflation to our 2% objective. Over the past 2 years, we have raised our policy rate by 5.25 percentage points, and we've decreased our securities holdings
What
by
happened to
more
his
than
iPad?
$1.3 trillion. Our restrictive stance of monetary policy is putting downward pressure on economic activity and inflation. The committee decided at today's meeting to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 5.25 to 5.5%, and to continue the process of significantly reducing our securities holdings. We believe that our policy rate is likely at its peak for this tightening cycle, and that, if the economy evolves broadly as expected, it will likely be appropriate to begin dialing back policy restraint at some point this year. But the economy has surprised forecasters in many ways since the pandemic, and ongoing progress toward our 2% inflation objective is not assured. The economic outlook is uncertain, and we remain highly attentive to
That's not a
inflation risks.
Surface?
We are prepared to maintain the
You
current
had to sell the
target
iPad to
range for
load
the
up
federal
on more
funds rate for
puts.
longer, if appropriate. As labor market tightness has eased and progress on inflation has continued, the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals are moving into better balance. We know that reducing policy restraint too soon or too much could result in a reversal of the progress we've seen on inflation and ultimately require even tighter policy to get inflation back to 2%. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too late or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering any adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will carefully assess the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. The committee does not expect that it will be appropriate to reduce the target range until it has gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to our questions.
Gina Smiley from the New York Times. Thanks for taking our questions. Obviously, in the statement and just in your remarks there, you note that you don't want to cut interest rates without greater confidence that inflation is coming down fully. I wonder, what do you need to see at this point to gain that confidence? And as you make those decisions, how are you weighing recent strong growth in consumer spending data against the sort of solid inflation progress you've been seeing?
Sorry, say that last part again.
How are you weighing the growth data and consumption data, which have been surprisingly strong, against inflation data?
Okay. So what are we looking for to get greater confidence? Let me say that we have
Floor
confidence.
calls up.
We're looking for greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably down to 2%. Implicitly, we do have confidence and has been increasing, but we want to get greater confidence. What do we want to see? We want to see more good data. It's not that we're looking for better data. We're looking at continuation of the good data that we've been seeing. And a good example is inflation. So we have 6 months of good inflation data. The question really is, that 6 months of good inflation data, is it sending us a true signal that we are in fact on a path, a sustainable path down to 2% inflation? That's the question. And the answer will come from some more data that's also good data. It's not that the 6-month data isn't low enough. It is. It's just a question of, can we take that with confidence that we're moving sustainably down to 2%? That's really what we're thinking about. In terms of growth, we've had strong growth. I mean, if you take a step back, we've had strong growth, very strong growth last year, going right into the fourth quarter. And yet we've had a very strong labor market, and we've had inflation coming down. So I think, whereas a year ago we were thinking that we needed to see some softening in economic activity, that hasn't been the case. So I think we look at stronger growth. We don't look at it as a problem. I think at this point we want to see strong growth. We want to see a strong labor market. We're not looking for a weaker labor market. We're looking for inflation to continue to come down as it has been coming down for the last 6 months.
And I'm sorry, if I could just follow up very quickly. When you say that you want to make sure that it's a true signal, is there anything that you're seeing in the data that makes you doubt that it's a true signal at this stage?
No, I think I would say it seems to be the likely case that we will achieve that confidence, but we have to achieve it, and we haven't yet. And so, I mean, it's a good story. We have 6 months of good inflation, but you can, and you know this, you can look behind those numbers and you can see that a lot of it's been coming from goods inflation, for example, and goods inflation running significantly negative. It's a reasonable assumption that over time, goods inflation will flatten out, probably approximate zero. That would mean the services sectors would have to contribute more. So, in other words, what we care about is the aggregate number, not so much the composition, but we just need to see more. That's where we are as a committee. We need to see more evidence that sort of confirms what we think we're seeing and that tells us that we are on, gives us confidence that we're on a path to a sustainable path down to 2% inflation.
Nick.
Nick Timros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, it seems to me you raised rates rapidly over the last 2 years for two reasons. One was the risk of a wage price spiral. Two, there were risks of inflation expectations becoming unanchored. This morning's ECI report for the fourth quarter shows private sector payroll growth running at a sub 4% pace. Inflation expectations are very close to where they were before the inflation emergency of the last 3 years. And given that you appear to have substantially cut off these two tail risks, and that you've judged here today current policy is well into restrictive territory, what good reason is there to keep policy rates above 5%? Are you really going to learn more waiting 6 weeks versus 3 months from now that you have avoided those two risks?
So, as you know, almost every participant on the committee does believe that it will be appropriate to reduce rates. And for partly for the reasons that you say, you know, we feel like inflation is coming down, growth has been strong, the labor market is strong. What we're trying to do is identify a place where we're really confident about inflation getting back down to 2% so that we can then begin the process of dialing back the restrictive level. So overall, I think people do believe, and as you know, the median participant wrote down 3 rate cuts this year. But I think to get to that place where we feel comfortable starting the process, we need some confirmation that inflation is in fact coming down sustainably to 2%.
If I could ask differently, if you hold rates high as inflation moderates, as it has been, target rates will exceed the prescriptions of the Taylor rule or experience. What would be the reasoning for holding rates higher than the levels recommended by those rules in the current instance?
Well, look, I think, as you know, we consult a range of Taylor rules and non-Taylor kind of rules. We consult them regularly. They're in our teal book, and they're in all the materials that we look at. But, you know, I don't think we've ever been at a place where we were setting policy by them. And they're, depending on the rule, it will tell you different things. There are many different formulations. Another way to think about it is, implicitly, is in theory, of course, real rates go up if holding all else equal as inflation comes down. But that doesn't mean we can mechanically adjust policy as real rates, as inflation comes down. It doesn't mean that at all, because for one thing, we don't know. We look at more than just the Fed funds rate. We look at broadly financial conditions. But in addition, we don't know with great confidence where the neutral rate of interest is at any given time. But that also doesn't mean that we wait around to see the economy turn down, because that would be too late. So we're really in a risk management mode of managing the risk, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, managing the risk that we move too soon and move too late. And I think to move, which is where almost everyone on the committee is in favor of moving rates down this year. But the timing of that is going to be linked to our gaining confidence that inflation is on a sustainable path down to 2%.
Howard.
Hi, thanks, Chair Powell. I'd like you to key in on the use of the word in the statement that inflation still remains elevated. You've pledged to cut rates before inflation reached 2%. So that implies that there's some sort of intermediate step here on inflation, and that a cut would be consequent with a change in the statement language that inflation remains elevated. What's the step down from there?
Yeah, I don't know that we've worked out the particular statement language and that kind of thing. I would just say, if you look at where 12-month inflation is.
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
It's still well above. Core is 2.9%, for example, 12 months, which is way
Evans,
down from
do you
where
know
it
what
was.
the
very positive development, very
number of
fast
contracts
decline.
was?
And the case is likely that it will continue to come down. So that's where it is. But we're wanting to see more data.
So if I could follow up on that, the statement allows that you want greater confidence on inflation falling before you cut, but it doesn't mention the other side of the mandate, a slide in employment. Would a slide in employment also bring you to the point of cutting rates?
Yes, so let me say that we're not looking for that. It's not something we're looking for, but yes, if you think about, in the base case, the economy is
9.7.
performing
Thank you.
well, the labor market remains strong. If we saw an unexpected weakening certainly in the labor market, that would certainly weigh on cutting sooner. Absolutely. And if we saw inflation being stickier or higher or those sorts of things would argue for moving later. In the base case, though, where the economy is healthy and we have ongoing growth, solid growth, we have a strong labor market, we have inflation coming down, that's what people are writing their SEP around. And in that case, what we're saying is, based on that, we think we can and should take advantage of that and be careful as we approach that question of when to begin to dial back restriction.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. Just to circle back to the greater confidence aspect of the statement, there's been a lot of unanimity in recent meetings. I'm just wondering, going forward, when it comes to all needing greater confidence, is the unanimity, or at least consensus among FOMC members, about what the threshold for that greater confidence is? And if not, could you maybe tell us a little bit about the discussion today on, what the variations between FOMC members was on what constitutes enough confidence to cut rates, and also if there was any variation on how quickly that greater confidence threshold could be reached. Thank you.
We're not really at that stage. There was no proposal to cut rates. Some people did talk about their view of the rate path. I would point you to the SEP as good evidence of where people are, although it is one cycle later. So, we're not at a place of really working out those kinds of details because we weren't actively considering moving the federal funds rate down. I will say there is a wide disparity, a healthy disparity of views, and you see that in public statements in the minutes and the transcripts when they're released every 5 years. So we do have a healthy set of differences, and I think that's actually essential for making good policy. We're also able to reach agreement generally, because we listen to each other, we compromise, and even though not everybody loves what we do, they're able to, for the most part, able to join in. To me, that's a well-functioning public institution.
Rachel.
Hi, Chair Powell, Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Thanks for taking our questions. So over the past few years, there have been all these real-time indicators that helped us gain a sharper understanding of where the economy was, like open table data or office attendance. You've talked about vacancies in the past. And I'm wondering at the start of this year, what might be on that dashboard for you that's giving you the clearest picture of the economy, including on rents, if you could touch on that.
Including?
Rent costs.
Yeah. Well, so we're not, it's not the pandemic, so we can actually rely on more traditional forms. People are working, they're getting wages.
Yeah, it can come down.
And the economy is largely reopened and is broadly normalizing, as you see. So I wouldn't say we're looking at that sort of more innovative data
There's
as
still
much.
a little bit of a bullish push.
You point to rent. So, of course, we follow the components of inflation very carefully, which would be goods inflation. I talked about that a little bit. You mentioned housing inflation. So the question is, when will these lower market rents find their way into
There's a
measured
lot
rents
of cuts.
as measured in PCE inflation? And we think
Yeah,
that's
4,900 looks like a
and we
pretty
know it's
hard
coming.
resistance.
It's just a question of when and how big it'll be. So, but that's in everyone's forecast, I would say. So that will help. But at the same time, we think goods inflation will probably, it's been giving a lot of disinflation to the effort, and probably that declines over time. But it may well have some more time to run. The supply chains are not perfectly back to where they were. In addition, it takes time for the healing process to get into prices. So there may be still a tailwind. We'll find out with that. So we look at the things that relate to our mandate very carefully, and as you would imagine.
I guess just as a quick follow-up, do you feel comfortable at this point saying the
There's
economy
still a
has
call
reached a
wall at
soft landing, or
75.
is that
Although
kind of looking for
some
more
puts are
confidence?
picking
No,
up
I
underneath
wouldn't. I
it.
wouldn't say we've achieved that, and I think we have a ways to go. Inflation is still, core inflation is still well above target on a 12-month basis. 12 months is our target. Certainly, I'm encouraged, and we're encouraged by the progress. But we're not declaring victory at all at this point. We think we have a ways to go.
Ooh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've said that you would know the neutral rate by its works. So I'm wondering what you could tell me. How do you believe the neutral rate is working?
I like
You're
this
telling me
guy.
right now that growth is stronger. In other words, how much is the economy really being restrained right now by the current funds rate? And how much restraint does it really need additionally if inflation is still coming down?
So I think you do see in the interest-sensitive parts of the economy, you do see, for example, housing, you see the effects, you do.
Do we?
Your second question, though, really, I think is important, and that is a lot of this has come through, a lot of the disinflationary process has come through the healing of supply chains and also of the labor market. So you've seen that other set of factors is really different from other cycles and has brought that working with tighter policy, which has
We're just
enabled
talking
the
about how your
supply side to
policy is
recover,
not
I think
doing
is
jack shit.
That mixture has been behind what has enabled this. So no, we really do think that we're having an effect broadly across the economy. I would point to the interest-sensitive parts of the economy as well as spending generally.
Rents are down a bit, but I mean, they're
but
also
it's a
just
joint
down
story. It's
from
a
like
complicated story.
all-time highs,
But
right?
how much restraint are you actually imparting to the economy? would
Like
you
6
say,
months
relative
ago,
to
they
the
were
neutral rate?
fucking ridiculous.
So I think it's
So
of course,
relative
you know
to that,
it's
yeah, they're
not
down a
something you
bit,
can
but
identify with any precision. But
relative to a
if you-
median, they're still way the
standard
fuck
approach
up.
would be to take
I mean, it's
the
cheaper to
nominal rate,
rent now than it is to
5.3%, let's
spend
say, and subtract
68% of
sort
your
a
fucking
forward
income
measure of inflation.
on,
If you do that, and there are many ways to
on
calculate
getting a
that
mortgage,
neutral rate,
right?
but that's one I like to do. And you're going to get to something that is materially above mainstream estimates of neutrality, of the neutral rate. You will. But at the same time, you look at the economy and you say, this is an economy that grew 3.1% last year. And you say, what does that tell you about the neutral rate? What's happening, though, is the supply side has been recovering in the middle of this. So that won't go
No, it
on
isn't.
forever. So a
We're in the
lot
middle
of
of
the
a
growth
supply
we're
shock.
seeing it isn't just a tug of war between interest rates and demand. You're getting,
You
more
know my
activity
supply chain
because
using
of
yoga and
of
MDMA?
labor market
I
healing.
bet JPAL's
and
guitar playing on
supply
soft
chains healing.
voice
So
would have also helped.
So I think the question is when
I
that
agree.
peters out, I think the restriction will show up probably more sharply.
Rich.
Thank you, sorry. Thanks for taking the question, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned earlier we're not seeking a weaker labor market, I think that you said. Can you talk a little bit more about that? Do you think the labor market now is back to quote-unquote normal, and that we can achieve the inflation target without wage gains coming back down to what they were
What the fuck is Boston
pre-pandemic? Even with
say?
today's ECI levels, they were still above those pre-pandemic levels.
I think the labor market, by many measures, is at or nearing normal, but not totally back to normal. And you pointed to one or more of them. So I think, job openings are not quite back to where they were. Wage increases, rather, are not quite back to where they would need to be in the longer run. I would look at it this way, though. The economy is broadly normalizing, and so is the labor market. And that process will probably take some time. So wage setting is something that happens, it's probably will take a couple of years to get all the way back. And that's okay. That's okay. But we
Earth
do see, you
Nation
saw
of
today's
Avatar,
ECI
The
reading,
Last
the
Airbender?
evidence
I've never
is
seen
that, that wage increases are still at a healthy level, very healthy level, but they're gradually moving back to levels that would be more associated, given assumptions about productivity, are more typically associated with 2% inflation. It's an ongoing process, a healthy one, and
Valerie
I think
Winsley
we're moving in the right
Alexandria
direction.
So that process can continue without a weakening of the
BMG,
labor market, basically.
what did Carl
Is that-
time me
I
out
think
for the
labor
entire
market
day?
is-
Yeah, he
I
did.
don't know if it's rebalancing. Clearly, there was
He timed you out for 24
fairly
hours.
severe imbalance between demand for workers and supply at the beginning of the pandemic.
All I told
So
him
we
was
lost
that you
several
made fun
million
of
workers
his
at the
low
beginning of
T
the
and told him to
pandemic
eat
from people
shit.
dropping out of the labor force. And then when the economy reopened, you remember 2021, you had a severe labor shortage, and it was everywhere. Panic on the part of businesses, couldn't find people. So what's happened is we expected the labor market to come back.
Somebody's asking
quickly,
if
and it
June
did.
is enough
And
theta for my Vega
2022
puts.
was a
And this is
disappointing
why
year.
the pickle
And,
jar
we were kind of thinking, well,
can't
maybe
get a
we won't
press
get it back.
pass
And
to
then
these
2023
meetings.
we did, as you know. So labor force participation came back strongly in 23, and so did immigration. Immigration came to a halt during the pandemic. So those two forces have significantly lowered the temperature in the labor market to will is still a very strong labor market. It's still a good labor market for wages and for finding a job, but it's getting back into balance, and that's what we want to see. And one great way to look at that is what's happening with wage increases, and you see it now.
It was like an
across the
86,000
major
second
things that
timeout.
that
Yeah.
we track. It isn't every quarter, but overall, there's a clear trend, still at high levels, but back down to where what would be
I
consistent.
want to ask about
with
medical
where we were
insurance
before the
raising
pandemic and with
inflation
2%
in May.
inflation.
No one's going to ask that question.
Hi, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. Thank you. I wanted to follow up on Rich's question. It sounded like you suggested that you're not worried about faster growth so much. So wanted to see if you're seeing anything that suggests that inflation could reaccelerate from here. And it sounds like you're saying you're not worried that solid growth from here on out poses any risk to inflation. Thank you.
No, I think that is a risk, the risk that inflation would reaccelerate. I think the greater risk is that it would stabilize at a level meaningfully above 2%. That's to me more likely.
Not
Of course,
fucking cool, Carl. And I make fun of Carl's T levels
if,
because I'm also a
inflation
low
were
T
to
king.
surprised by
I see.
moving back up, we would have to respond to that.
Well,
and
if you
that
could
would
write
be a
something in
surprise at this
chat,
point, but I have to tell you,
then
that's
I
why we
could,
keep our options open here and why we're not,
I could
rushing.
untime you
So,
out.
I think both of those are risks, but I think the more likely risk is the
But you
one that I
can't write
mentioned,
in
which
chat
is
'cause you're timed out.
You've had 6 good months, very good months, but what's really going to shake out here? When we look back, what will we see? Will inflation have dipped and then come back up? Are the last 6 months flattered by factors that are one-off factors that won't repeat themselves? We don't think so. We don't. That's not what we think. But that's the question we are asking. We have to ask, and we want to get comfort on that.
And just one quick follow-up. Governor Waller had mentioned the revisions that are coming on February 9th for the CPI data. Is that something you're watching as well? And if we see those revisions fairly minor, is that going to give you more confidence where things are going?
We'll just have to see. Yeah, we'll look at those. Last year was was it a surprise?
What the fuck?
Michael McKee, Bloomberg Radio and Television. If you don't want to use the term soft landing, would you say at least that from your point of view now, the other scenario of a hard landing caused by the Fed is off the table, or the risks have diminished very much? And you mentioned
This guy's really
below
worried about
2%
them taking
inflation
away the
on a
soft
three-month
landing
basis.
terminology.
Core PCE's been running at 1.5%, and there are those on Wall Street who think that if you maintain the level of restriction you have right now, you could end up with inflation running below your target. How do you see that?
So your first question, how to describe where we are.
I can
So
donate
guess
because
I
I'm
would
not
just
a
say
poor
this.
plebeian like you
Executive summary
filthy
would be that
animals.
growth is
All right.
solid to strong over the course of last year. The labor market, 3.7% unemployment, indicates that the labor market is strong. We've had just about 2 years
Should I
now
hedge my tail risk?
of unemployment under 4%.
He's
That hasn't
uncomfortable
happened
saying hard
in
landing.
50 years,
Yes.
so it's a good labor market. And we've seen inflation come down. We've talked about that. So we've got 6 months of good inflation data and an expectation that there's more to come. So this is a good
Wait,
situation.
didn't I say
Let's be honest.
earlier in
is
this
a-
year
is a
that the
good
Fed
economy.
would prefer
But
a hard
what's the outlook?
landing?
That's looking in the review. The outlook, we do
Huh.
expect growth to
Who
moderate.
said that?
Of course, we have expected it for
this
some
guy?
time, and it hasn't happened.
Me.
But we do expect that it will moderate.
I hope my
as supply
entire
chain and
prediction
labor
for
market
2024
normalization
comes
runs its course.
completely true.
The labor market is rebalancing, as I mentioned. Job creation has slowed. The base of job growth has narrowed. And of course, 12-month inflation is above target and getting down closer to target. It's not guaranteed, but we do seem to be getting on
I
track
said the
for
Fed
that. So
would prefer
those are
it.
the risks.
They don't want the banks to fail.
And questions we have to answer. But overall, this is a pretty good picture. It is a good picture.
I think
Your
that was
second
an Abe
question
Lincoln
was,
quote.
sorry.
Could you get inflation that is below target, end up with inflation below target, and you have to do something about that?
So
No,
the thing
Ken's
is,
just trying to
we're not
draw a
looking
penis
for
on the
inflation
chart,
to
Tom
tap
Tom.
the 2% base once. We're looking for it to settle out.
Lucky
over
FOMC.
time
Thanks, Pickle
at
Man.
2%.
You got it, dude.
And the same thing is true. If we have a month or two of lower, and we
NYCB
have that
failing
now,
a little
of
bit in the
inflation
background.
that's
Why is no one
annualized
talking
at
about
a
that?
lower level,
They threw that
would
guy
be
out of the
good. We're
meeting?
not, we're not
Like he was a
looking
climate
to have
protester?
inflation anchor below 2%. We're looking to have an anchor at 2%. So if we do face those circumstances, then we'll have to deal with that. I think as of now,
I also hope your
know,
prediction
the-
comes
the,
true. If it does, your head
question
will
was, we
swell up
wanna
so
take
big,
advantage
you
of
won't be
this
able to leave your
situation
office, and we'll need to
finish the job
stream
on inflation while keeping the labor market strong.
24/7.
Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking this. So as I've heard from some district Fed presidents, is it, in your view, a little premature to think that rate cuts are right around the corner? And then when we do see that first rate cut, should we interpret that as the beginning of a rate cut cycle, or is it a one-off?
So I'll point to that language on your first question. We included that language in the statement to signal clearly that with strong growth, strong labor market, inflation coming down, the committee intends to move carefully as we consider when to begin to dial back the restrictive stance that we have in place. So if you take that to the current context, we're going to be data dependent. We're going to be looking at this meeting by meeting. Based on the meeting today, I would tell you that I don't think it's likely that the committee will reach a level of confidence by the time of the March meeting to identify March as the time to do that, but that's to be seen. So I wouldn't call, when you ask me about in the near term,
Right.
I'm hearing that as March. I would say I
Oh,
don't
we
think
broke
that's
40
that's
we
probably
broke the
not the
call
most likely
law.
case, or what we would call the base case. Then your second question is.
Big
Is this
bear.
the start of when we see a cut, is it the start of a cutting cycle, or could it just be a one-off?
That's going to depend on the data. The whole thing is, this is going to depend on the data. We're going to be looking at the economic data as it affects the outlook and the balance of risks, and we're going to make our decisions based on that. And it could wind up, we'll
I mean, he
have
said
another
no
SEP
cuts. Yeah.
at the March meeting, and people will write down what they think. But in the end, it's really going to depend on how the economy evolves. We talked about there are risks that would cause us to
Don't
go
you
slower.
dare play
For
the
example,
bear
stronger
song.
inflation, more persistent inflation. there are risks that would cause us to, or if they happened, that would cause us to go faster and sooner, and that would be a weakening in the labor market, or for that matter, very, very persuasive lower inflation. Those are the kinds of things. So we're just going to be reacting to the data. That's really the only way we can do this.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. Could you talk a little bit more about productivity growth? You've mentioned multiple times about, the level of wage growth that's consistent with 2% inflation. We've obviously seen, you were talking about ECI this morning, in which it's cooled a little bit, but still sort of above what you wanted to see. Growth has been very strong. How much of those numbers do you attribute to productivity, and do you see that productivity as sort of just temporary because of the factors, the labor and supply chain factors you were talking about, or do you think that productivity growth will fade over time?
So this is a really interesting question, and I think my own view is, I think if you look back to the pandemic, you saw a spike in productivity as
this is
workers were
abuse
laid
of
off
power
and
on Carl's
activity
part.
didn't
He needs to
decline
be
as fast.
paddled for this
And then you saw
behavior.
a deep
I'll bring the
trough
ball gag
of
if you provide the
productivity.
schoolgirl outfit.
And then over the last,
especially
you saw high
specifically the one that
productivity
Britney
last year
Spears
in
wore in the "Hit
23.
Me Baby
I
One
think
More Time"
we're basically
music
in the
video.
throes of
Have you ever seen Carl
getting through the
bite his lower
pandemic
lip?
economy. And the question will be, what is it that has changed? The productivity tends to be based on fundamental aspects of our economy.
It's hard to
Is
do with
there-
a ball
is there
gag in his
case-
mouth.
Will it be the case that we come out of this more productive, more on a sustained basis? And I don't know. I don't know.
You want to
I mean,
reward
what would it
Carl
take?
for
It
this
would take,
behavior?
people
For the
talk about
paddling?
AI, but I would
Play
my
the
guess
bear
is
song, you
that we may
shill,
shake
two
out and
girls,
be
one
back where
cup.
we were, because
J-Pow
I'm
is
not
the
sure I
cock.
see work from home doesn't seem like it's a big.
Do you really want the market to
productivity
go back
increase.
up?
AI,
I feel like the people asking me to
artificial
play the bear
intelligence
song right now
generally
didn't close
may
their
be,
calls
but
at the
probably not in
top
short
like
run,
absolute
probably maybe
stock
in the
market
longer run.
chads.
So I'm not seeing why it would, but right now I would say the productivity is kind of what falls out of the broader forces that are driving people in and out of the labor force and activity returning and supply chains getting fixed.
Right, so would that be behind why we've seen such strong growth, but we've also seen inflation fall, that maybe there's just a higher level of productivity
That's
right
one
now?
way to look at it, yeah.
Nancy.
Hi, Chair Powell, Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Marketplace. I want to ask a little bit more about housing. I'm wondering, how closely are you watching rent and housing prices as you evaluate whether and when to cut rates? And it seems like housing prices are not coming down as quickly as you expected.
So when we think about, our statutory goals are maximum employment and price stability, and that's what we're targeting. We're not targeting housing price inflation, the cost of housing, or any of those things. Those are very important things for people's lives, but they're not, those are not the things we're targeting. We're also well aware that when we cut rates at the beginning of the pandemic, for example, the housing industry was helped more than any other industry. And when we raise rates,
popcorn.
the housing industry can be hurt because it's a very interest-sensitive sector. On top
Carl's
of
the
that,
schoolgirl.
we have
I'm being
longer-run
paddled and
problems with the
gagged
availability
while
of
he's
housing.
dancing, and Daddy
We
Gherkin
have
is giving the
a
spanking.
built-up set
I'm
of
not being
cities
a part of
and,
this.
people
I'm going to be
moving
with
further and
Carl's
further out.
wife.
So there's,
You guys
there
work
hasn't
your
been
shit
enough
out.
housing built, and these are not things that we have any tools to address. But where it comes into play very specifically in our work is inflation, which is a combination. It's really rental inflation. You're taking owner's equivalent rent and then actual rent paid by tenants, and you're running that through the CPI calculation or the PCE calculation, the one we look at. And what that's telling you is that market rents
Jesus Christ, are we going
are
to lose
increasing
48.50
at a much
right
lower
now?
rate or even being flat, and that will show up in inflation over time. It has to, as long as that remains the case. So.
And just real quick, what is your response to the letter that was sent to you by some members of Congress asking the Fed to lower interest rates to make housing more affordable?
My response is what I started with, which is that our job, the job Congress has given us, is price stability and maximum employment. Price stability is absolutely essential for people's lives, most importantly, mostly for people at the lower end of the income spectrum who are living at the edges, at the margins. And so for someone like that, high inflation in the necessities of life, right away you're in trouble. Whereas even middle-class people have some, some
4860?
scope to absorb higher costs. So we have to it's our job, it's what society has asked us to do, is to get inflation down, and the tools that we use to do it are interest rates. So that's how we think about that.
Courtney.
Courtney Brown from Axios. Can you give us some insight into whether the committee discussed the possibility of slowing balance sheet runoff in the months ahead?
Tom has negative beta.
So I would start by saying that balance sheet runoff so far has gone very well. And as the process has continued, we're getting to that time where questions are beginning to come into greater focus about the pace of runoff and all that. So at this meeting, we did have some discussion of the balance sheet, and we're planning to begin in-depth discussions.
He basically said, "Fuck your
of balance
cuts."
sheet issues at our next meeting in March. So
And he took away soft
questions are all
landing.
coming into scope now, and we're focusing on them. But we're at the beginning of that process, I would say.
Quick follow-up, is it the case that the Fed would decide to lower rates and make adjustments to the balance sheet?
Wow, the stream
runoff
card's
in
so much
tandem?
better now.
Yes, we do. We see those as independent tools, and so
Whip out that
for
hog.
example, if you're
Daddy
normalizing
J.
policy, you might be reducing
Just
rates
slapping
but
his
continuing
big
to run
fat
off the balance
hawk on
sheet.
the table.
In both cases, that's normalization, but from a strict monetary policy standpoint,
Podium.
you could say we're loosening and
Slapping his
tightening.
hawk
So
on the
that,
podium.
That could happen. It's not something we're planning or thinking about, but right now we're thinking about getting to a place where we're going to see the balance sheet runoff to continue. We're watching it carefully, and as I said,
Netflix is
we'll be
holding up
looking into that as
all
a
of
committee starting in
QQQ right
March.
now, NW.
Thanks.
Don't be mad at it.
Simon Urbanovich with The Economist. Thank you, Chair Powell. You've mentioned 6 good months of inflation data, but that not being enough to build up confidence. Based on your previous response that your base case is you probably wouldn't start easing yet in March, the implication is that 8 good months might not be enough either. Roughly how many months do you think you might need of good inflation data to be confident?
Yeah, I'm not in a position to put a number on it. I'm just going to say, it's not that we don't have any confidence. We have growing confidence, but not to the point where we feel like it's a highly consequential decision to start the process of dialing back on restriction, and we want to get that right. And we feel like the strong economy, strong labor market, inflation coming down, it gives us the ability to do that. We think that's the best way we can serve the public, because ultimately we've made a lot of progress on inflation. We just want to make sure that
Time
we
the
do get
peaks
the
of
job done
FOMC
in a
perfectly.
sustainable
Ports up
way.
30%
That's how
on
we're
the
thinking
day.
about it.
Frank and
In
Carl's
terms
wife
of
are
when that'll
stopping
be,
by later tonight.
that'll all come out of
What
our
a great day.
communications.
Awesome, Simo.
And,
Well done.
We won't keep that a secret.
Hi, Chair Powell.
Yeah,
Evan Reiser
we
with
did win
M&I
the
Market
poll.
News.
Holy shit.
Can you explain a little bit more on what you're considering when tapering QT? Do you need to see the overnight reverse repo facility all the way down to 0, or is it something that you can start with a couple $100 billion there?
Not a decision that we've made, but I wouldn't think we wouldn't be taking a position that it's got to go to 0. I mean, if it were to stabilize at a different level, but that's not a decision that we've made. That's what we'll be talking about at the March meeting. A whole range of issues will be briefed up, and the committee will get into all of the issues that will be arising over the course of the next, let's say, year or so.
VIX is moving just fine.
Thanks, Greg Robb from Market Watch.
Given the amount of
Sure,
shorting.
I want to change gears a little bit. In the presidential primary campaign that's been going on for the last 9 months or so, your name has come up often, and many Republican candidates had said that they probably wouldn't want to give you a third term. So I wanted to give you a chance to talk about that. Do you want another term? You've had on the Fed. What's your stance on that?
I don't have a stance on that. It's not something I'm focused on. Focused on doing our jobs. This year is going to be a highly consequential year for the Fed and for monetary policy, and we're all of us very buckled down, focused on doing our jobs.
Jennifer.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. As you mentioned, core PCE has been running at 1.9% over the past 6 months, and you guys are actually expecting core inflation higher this year at 2.4% compared to that 6-month measure. Given that forecast and that the median is for 3 rate cuts this year, what happens if inflation stays where it's been over the last 6 months for the next 6 months?
So we'll update our inflation forecasts at the next meeting. You referred to
I don't know if
the
it has more
December
room
meeting.
today, but it definitely has more room.
3 months old, so it might be lower now given the data we've got.
Delta neutral.
So look, as I mentioned, we're going to be reacting to the data.
194.
If we get very strong inflation data and it kicks back up, then we'll go slower or later.
Even more bearish under 192.
If we got really good inflation data soon, that would matter for both that would tell us that we could go sooner and perhaps go faster. So we're just going to be, but of course we'll weigh that with all the other factors. We're setting policy based on the totality of the data.
Just tell them the truth,
just to follow,
my man. Just be
where
like,
it is
listen,
currently, that would probably mean
fucking
that the real
Iran's
interest
blowing
rate,
up all the
becomes more
ships, cost of
restrictive.
goods
Would
is
that mean
going
you have
up,
to trim more,
and
perhaps,
oil's
than you already have
above
factored
its
in?
inflationary target.
If we came to the view
it's
that
additive.
if the inflation were
Just
that
say the
6-month
truth. Be like,
inflation
everything got
numbers, which are
fucked up in
very
the
close
last
to
month.
2,
I was wrong.
or in PCE world. If
Higher
came to
for
the-
longer.
If we thought that is really
We're
where
gonna
gonna be,
crash
then
this
yes, our
bitch.
policy
Just-
would be in a different place. It would. But that's the whole point, is we're trying to get comfortable and gain confidence that inflation is on a sustainable path down to 2% or toward 2%.
Daniel.
But my speaking
Chair Powell,
fees,
Daniel
every
Davis,
short
House
hedge
of
fund on the
Press.
planet will pay
I
them.
just wondered if I could get your comment on the recent consumer confidence data. It seems to suggest that consumers are sort of moving towards a much more optimistic view of the economy. I just wonder, is it fair to say that they're moving towards where the Fed
If
appears to have
JPAL
been
crashes
in
the
recent
market right
months?
now, I'll
And,
hire him
you know,
for a
do you
fucking
think that
speaking
inflation and falling
engagement.
inflation perhaps has played a role in that? And what challenges do you see going forward? Thank you.
Yeah, so it's been interesting that confidence surveys have been weak at a time when unemployment has been low, very low, historically low for a couple of years.
Is that a write-off?
But
Could be.
nonetheless, that's been the case. And we've asked ourselves why that is. And one obvious answer, we don't pretend to have perfect wisdom on this, but one obvious answer is that the price level is high. So prices went up much more than 2% per year for a couple of years, and people are going to the store and they're paying much more for the basics of life than they were 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and they're not happy about it. And it's fine that inflation's coming down, but the prices they're paying are still high. So that is what that has to be some part of why people are unhappy, and they're right to be unhappy. This is why we need to keep price stability. It's why we need to do our jobs, is so that people don't have to deal with things like this. In terms of you're right. In recent surveys, you've seen a couple of significant increases in consumer confidence or happiness with the economy. I guess that's a good thing. That can support spending, can support economic activity. There's some evidence of that. But you're right. It is a fact that we have seen a meaningful increase. I think levels of confidence are still maybe not as high as they've been at various times, but they certainly have come up.
Thank you for taking our questions. Brian Menace, CNN Business. Committee members have said they'd like to meet with business leaders and stakeholders in person to
Palm has
learn more
negative
about the
data.
economy in real time, given that some data
Most like health
the issue of
insurers
seasonal
do.
adjustments being thrown off balance, and many readings of the economy being quarterly. So did any members say they've learned anything not yet reflected in the data, or have you yourself learned anything through anecdotal evidence that hasn't been captured in the data yet?
Well, yes. I'm a big believer that yes. So we do meet with outside groups who come from all different parts of the economy, and I always feel like I spent most of my life in the private sector looking at companies, individual management teams, and then building out from that. And so starting with GDP data and working into what's actually affecting people's lives is challenging. It's very hard. So I really like anecdotal data. In addition, as you know, the 12 reserve banks have really the best network of anyone, that in all their districts they're talking to, not just the business community, but the educational, medical, all nonprofit community. They have arms into all of that. And so when they come back, that's what goes into the beige book. But they come back, and what each reserve bank president does is, during the Outlook go-around, they'll say, in my district, and they'll talk about 100 conversations. They won't talk up. They will give you input based on 100 conversations that they've had with people of all different walks. And I personally find it very helpful in understanding what's going on. And also, I think you hear things before they show up in the data sometimes.
Did any of them notice slowing economy based on what
over the
they've heard
last
from
year is
their
negative?
district?
Yes, I mean, if you look back
.65.
at the last, not this beige book, but the one before, it was more, there was a lot of slower activity. I think that what you're
UNH
hearing
should have
now is things are
beta,
picking up
too.
a bit. You're hearing, not in every district, and not every person that we talk to, but you're overall,
Looking at it, you're pretty
it feels
crazy.
like you're
What's
hearing
the end of day looking like?
things
Give
picking
us
up
a
at the
price
margin.
prediction.
So that's what comes
Go to Jeff Cox for the last question.
Let me take a look.
Thank you, sir. Jeff Cox from CNBC.com. Just kind of looking to
Pretty
put it all
far
together.
from
You
the
talked
MM's, like,
about
neutral
basically
point.
the economy looking strong with
Yeah, I think the
3.3%
MM would prefer
annualized
they were
growth in the
closer to
fourth
that big
quarter.
fat call wall
Does the
at
strength of the
75,
economy
but
speak more loudly to you now than any
60's
inflation
got a decent
threat
amount of
might? That
puts. If we
you're in a
slide back
position, in
down
other words,
again, we
to
could tap
keep rates
50 or
elevated as long as the
45.
economy stays strong,
I
and
think
you're
that'll
more
depend on if we
you're
get a
more
sell-off
tilted
of
towards that, and then also
calls
perhaps
at-
are you
if the
worried at all
calls
that
at
the economy is
75
maybe a
start to
little
sell
too
off,
strong right now, and that
we would
inflation
probably
could
get
come back
another
at some point?
10,
I'm not so worried about
$15 move to
that.
the
You know,
downside.
it's again, we've
So
had
far,
inflation
they're
come
holding
down
for
without
the most part.
a
Some
slow
of them have
economy and
sold off,
without
but the majority of them are holding.
you know, important increases in unemployment, and there's no reason why we should want to get in the way of that process if it's going to continue. So,
But,
I am,
you know,
I
Theta,
think declining inflation,
Theta's definitely going to
continued
fuck over
declines in
the delta
inflation,
on that position over the next
are really
40
the main
minutes.
thing we're looking
So
at. Of course, we
charm,
want the labor
charm
market to remain
favors
strong too.
Charm
We don't
without
have
a doubt
growth
favors
mandate.
the
We've got
downside into the end of
a
day.
maximum employment mandate and a price stability mandate, and those are the two things we look at. Growth only matters to the extent it influences our achievement of those two mandates. Thank you very much.
I still think end of week's going to be affected. I still think end of week's going to be affected mostly by earnings tonight. It's just a question of where we close into earnings tonight. Are we going to see, you know, a pre-earnings pump of some sort? That's definitely possible. We could also see this slide. Rip stream monetization? Oh, probably. Yeah. Bro, I'm starting to think this guy has some kind of dual mandate or something. Am I crazy? What's your earnings expectation since Mag 7 didn't start strong? I mean, I think it's possible that we see a continued drop in momentum of growth from what we saw in the prior, like, 12 months. And that seems to be what spooked people on Microsoft and Google last night. That could easily continue to spook people on Amazon, Apple, and Meta tonight. I don't think Apple's going to have very good earnings at all. I think phone sales are just simply down, and they're going to continue down for some time. There's some demand issues, as we noted, in Southeast Asia and Chinese economies for the iPhone, with the preference shifting towards, you know, AI-capable devices and flip phones. That'll probably be a persistent issue for Apple for some time. Apple's tomorrow? I thought Apple was tonight. Oh, they're not tonight? Ooh. Wait, no, I thought... Are they Wednesday night or Thursday night? Hold on, I gotta look. Oh, okay. Yeah, then maybe, I mean, we just have Qualcomm tonight. Qualcomm could be leading for Apple. Although, they use the M1 chips now mostly. Yeah, we might just flatten out here around 48.50 then until through tomorrow. And it definitely looks like the longer dated call positioning to the upside of 4,900 has been falling off. We see some pretty strong weakness between 4,900, 4,925. Even the 4,925, 4,950 range is kind of dropping. So some of those longer dated calls falling off, but yeah, still a big fat call wall at 48.75. I would say that we could pull back up to that today. Fuck. Why did I think that was tonight? Alright, that's fine. Interesting, though. Why are yields crushing? They're not as bad as they were earlier. I would say that they're lifting. Yeah, they're lifting a little bit. We got dollar back over 103.60. I would say on the buy side, we're still not seeing a very strong move in like Delta. Like there's not a lot of call buying coming in just yet. A little bit. And the sheer size of the position at 75 is going to probably incentivize some buying there. I would say that like picking up a 70 call here. Jesus Christ, they're so expensive. It's a lot of money for that much risk. We might rally into the end of the day just because the position at 75 is so fucking big. I don't know if we will. But it's possible. So I would say if we fail 60 again, we could close closer to that 50 mark. And that's going to be decided pretty much right now. If we don't fail here, and we start pushing up into 65, we'll probably move back up to the 75 level by close. And QQQ kind of just looks like shit. Momentum's getting a little bit more bearish after this like put capitulation. It looks like VIX is starting to pick back up again. So I think we're getting some more put buying here. Gerg, are you trying to short the yen now? What? I'm long Nikkei right now. I'm not short yen though. I'm long yen, long Nikkei. That's my hedge. Thinking about selling some Nvidia 500 piece or income. Any suggestions on how much theta? I mean, you probably need them to miss a couple earnings cycles And if they don't miss, you'll have to buy back, right? Because the price will go up more. So you probably want a decent amount of theta if you're gonna sell in the money. They keep interest rates high to allow these big REITs and other firms to buy up houses and force people to rent more. Yeah, keeping rates high isn't allowing big REITs to buy up a lot of property. That fucks over big REITs. Big REITs want low rates. I have no idea. It's not one I track. Are you gonna re-enter Hum? I'm up on both my Feb and March 400C, so I wanted to get out of it before the Fed meeting, right? Because obviously it had already rejected off of Delta neutral, and there's a lot of risk in trying to carry the position into the meeting. I think if markets are gonna keep dropping and we're gonna see a bump in yields, we'll probably see down move down a bit more. Healthcare should be fairly stable, but Hum might fall back below that put wall at 75. It hasn't squeezed it all out yet. And if it does, I feel like that's going to be a better re-entry to target the upside. I also kind of want to see what the options data looks like over there tonight after such, well, I mean, I assume what's going to be a fairly flat rest of the day on Hum. Like it opened at 380. It's at 379 now. I don't think it's too much of a stretch to think that it could like fall back to the intraday low, which puts us just above 75 again. Don't forget that the downside on Hum is also sold. There's no protection on the downside of it. And if it does start to sell off, it can drop just as fast as it went up. What happens if VIX gets those spikes, just go straight back down? So VIX looks at, option spreads within a specific window of expiry. And if one of those spreads or a few of those spreads are blown out or really wide and illiquid, and the 15-second snapshot window rolls over a period where those spreads are wide, it can cause VIX to print a price that isn't accurate, right? And so you'll get, a big spike in VIX, and, VIX will go from 13 to 15, right? And then it goes, the next candle, it goes right back down to 13. That's kind of what's happening there, but that also tells you a lot about, out of the money liquidity, 23 to 34 days from now. So those happening, I mean, it does show that there's some issue with the spreads out there, probably some arbitrage that might be generated by, a change kind of in the volatility landscape, especially if they start happening more and more frequently, as we've seen over the last couple of weeks. But I think other than that, they're fairly meaningless. I realize that this is premature, but if my Vega QQQ June 350 is at 15%, should I be considering taking profit? I don't know when you bought it or how underwater you are. If you bought it at peak low vol, then you don't need to worry about it. If, you bought it at higher volatility, then maybe you do. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. I mean, it's a profitable position. You should maybe have a stop. But volatility could definitely move up more from where it is, considering how low it is. Like, I'm not really thinking about getting rid of any vol positions until I see like VIX 15 or 16. Today I just realized I've learned so much and I'm starting to make decent progress. Thanks to you. I appreciate it, man. You're the best. Thank you, DZ. That's awesome, man. I'm glad you're getting there. There'll be a day, for some of you at least, when you look back and you'll think, wow, I can't believe I used to think this was hard. That'll be cool. I have puts that are green for the first time in weeks. Are they the same puts? Because we could have a talk about that. Patience really is key. It is, yeah. Not getting wrapped up emotionally in everything that's going on and just trying to pay attention. But sometimes the market's irrational, and that's something that you can never predict. It's always gonna be there. But I would say that this Fed meeting was what I've expected JPOW to do for the last 3. So that's really nice to finally see that happen. Do I have 20K subscribers? That would be a first. It's been under 19 for a really long time. It used to be above 20. Thanks in advance. How's the video looking after JPEG? Continued fails. Dude, I told you this earlier. Anything above 600 is bullish. What was I looking up? Airbnb? Airbnb gets a little bit nasty under one. Actually, yeah, just 140. Like 141 to 139. Crossing that boundary, really bearish. This is just gonna keep going down, I guess. I don't know, I feel like I should stop out of these. These are up enough, right? I don't need to carry that shit overnight. These, yeah, those aren't in the money yet. Nah, I'll just take the profits. I couldn't trade volatility before I'd panic and mess up. Now it's starting to come together. It's taken a while though. It only gets easier. 48.50 is a heavy resistance or a big slide if we break it. I don't really know if we have enough downside liquidity below 45. Maybe we do. 50's not really that big of a deal, actually. Seems that there's far more interest, at least on the longer dated positions at 45. After 45, a bit of resistance though. So that might be kind of where this comes to a halt. Gamma neutrals at 37, 31. 37 on the monthly, 31 on the weekly. So I would say, yeah, I would say 30, 40, 48, 40 is 48, 40, 48, 45 is probably a fairly strong downside resistance. End of day rally, I don't know. We've kind of slipped too far from the 75. I think it's going to start, what hasn't sold off already might start selling off. Like I said before, charm doesn't benefit that position, like especially the 0 DTE ones. Yeah, they're already selling off on this drop. They've come down quite a bit. Unsubbed, unwatched, unliked. What happened, Gaff? LeBron just signed on as a DraftKings partner. Okay. Was getting that paper. What's wrong with that? What does that have to do with me? Selling vol is way better than going long. Sure. It's more consistently profitable, but it's not as profitable. I keep forgetting that he's fake Gaff. Oh wait, no, this is real Gaff. No, it's fake Gaff. It's fake Gaff that got gifted, god damn it. Yeah, I forgot that he got gifted the fucking Cornichon. I've been waiting to buy Lulu puts for months, and then it dumps 5% today on no news, and before FOMC. I'm seeing more and more no news pumps and dumps. Volatility is starting to pick up and dispersion is breaking down. That's gonna happen. That's a full port. Nice, Tyler. Well done, man. Yeah, today's been pretty good. I did 22% on the cash account. And the margin account. Where the fuck is that? The margin account's up about 6% today, too. Getting some money back on those fucking CrowdStrike puts that are burning me. That is indicative. Well, what it's indicative of is that volatility is moving from out of equities into indexes. Trump says he will wage a holy war if Taylor Swift endorses Biden. Yes, that's a real headline. I need to move to a different country. This place is just bullshit, man. Fuck, you know what, guys? It was a great experiment. We tried it. We fucked it up in so many ways. Let's just try again, right? Can we all agree as a society to give up on the prior system? It sucks. And we'll just try something different. It's called a fatwa. Djibouti time? Exactly. Thank you for your everyday stream. No problem, man. Thank you. Will the unholy war print my puts? I mean, maybe. Karl Marx entered the chat. We don't have to go with socialism. We could try out a dictatorship or a meritocracy, or we could do a direct democracy with no representation. That'd be a mess. Mercantilism, anarchy, sure. Theocracy, we've tried those before. Those don't work either. Wow, you couldn't find more diverse people than people who serve in the military and people who obtain higher degrees. I feel like you've picked both ends of a meritocracy spectrum. How about if you want to go and join the military and shoot big guns, no voting for you. At least until, they've assessed that you don't have PTSD. We're not worried about Raytheon, right? We just care about AI now. Raytheon's, what, 1/10 the value of NVIDIA? Gherkin, there's a scary man on my roof. What do? Don't feed his reindeer, they'll bite you. Oligarchy with billionaires on top, run by a secret cabal of pigeon whales. The two stuff of news lately about not safe for work AI images. I think we should have a week where the stream cards are solely generated by AI. I've done that a bunch. The prompts, Gherk's face, Pickles, Lady VWAP, Stark Market, Pigeon Whale. Yeah, I've made a bunch of AI stream cards because it takes me like 5 seconds. They usually suck though. Sometimes they're good. It's random. Government employees shouldn't vote? Probably not, right? They're jaded. Just move to New Zealand and move in with the hobbits. Don't threaten me with a good time. How can we get exclusive rights for Fubo to stream Trump's holy war? Trump is the least holy person I've ever met. I don't think he's ever set foot in a church in his life. He's like the Antichrist. I've met Trump. It's not really saying much, but I've met him. It was in like 1994. I was a little kid. I was like, this guy's kind of sleazy. I didn't shake his hand. Kirk was 8 and Trump cut him in line at the McDonald's. No, I didn't. I had a friend who lived in one of his dad's like apartment buildings in Brooklyn. Or yeah. But I don't think really anything ever came of that. I met him at, my mom worked for a publicist in the early 90s, and I met him at her office. And my mom was like, "Oh my God, do you know who that is?" And I was like, "No." And then she told me, and I was like, "Oh, okay, cool." My wife says Nancy P is absolutely nasty. No idea. I mean, to get as far in politics as she's gotten, I assume she's a bitch on wheels. Again, didn't shake my hand. Bought puts when SPX was chopping between 80-90. Mine was 85, 13-30. Set a stop at 20 when it dumped. It got stopped out. How do I tell when to let it run? I mean, I don't think you made a bad choice. You've got to accept some drawdown if you're gonna let it run. I mean, pick a point at which you're comfortable taking profits, and then, you know, set a stop there, and then if it continues, you know, follow through with the stop, right? But I don't know. I feel like getting stopped at any point on puts on this downside was probably perfectly reasonable. Also, good job, man. That's awesome. Sometimes it's not worth it to take the risk. Sometimes it's better just to like close it and then re-enter a new one. Did he grab you by the putsy? No. No. I don't even remember what he like said to me. I was like fucking, I don't know, 5 years old, something like that. Maybe I was 6. I met Giuliani twice. Neither of those were very memorable experiences either. One time he spoke at my school. Yeah. At the Four Seasons. You're so lucky. Not really. Yeah, I used to go to like this place called Asphalt Green after school for like soccer, and then Giuliani's kids went there, and I met him one time there, and then he spoke at my school another time. I was not good at soccer. I was really shitty at it. I just like ended up kicking people and tripping. Never met Frank Lucas. That's like way before my time. Yeah, I could run as a child, go for food. I could run now too. I would just become winded quickly. I could cover a short distance very fast. My condition upon arrival might not be so great. I'm not a dwarf. I never met Michael Bloomberg. I have a big stride. Probably do like 40 meters pretty quickly. No more than that, though. Nope, I got stopped out of hum. Meters? What are you, French? However far the ice cream sandwiches are away from the self... I don't use self-checkout. Gross. Who uses self-checkout? What the you're paying a premium. Why would you pay extra money to buy shit and then check out your own groceries? My TNA 33Ps are almost in the money. Thank you, IWM Bears. It took a minute. The meatballs in the sauce. You're paying a premium at the at the store. You're not paying wholesale prices. You're being upcharged. They can check out. Dude, I was at the grocery store the other day, and the fucking cashier was like, "Do you want this bagged?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she just put a bag on the fucking like conveyor belt, and I was like, "Okay." And I just stood there waiting. Like I assumed she was gonna bag the shit. I'm not gonna do it. So we stood there for like 3 minutes in a battle of wills before her manager finally walked over and started bagging my groceries. That's fucking... I'm not gonna go to a grocery store and do someone's fucking job for them. Like, if they want to put a tip jar there, I'll tip them, but I'm not doing the job. Wash your fruit and veg. Are you not washing those anyway? Kind of snobby, kind of lazy. It wasn't even like there was like a big line of people, or it was just me. I was the only person in the line. They get paid a minimum wage. I don't give a fuck. It's like $20 in New York City. It's not like she invested a lot of time into advancing her career and still only makes a minimum wage. She works at a cash register. Bag the fucking groceries. There's two things I can't stand. Cashiers who don't bag groceries, and steakhouses that hand you a knife. It's not sexist. I would expect the same out of a man. Actually, the manager was a guy, so he ended up bagging them. Steakhouses are supposed to feed us? No, they're supposed to cut the steak. We've been over this. This is a long going thing. Shitty steakhouses serve you a full steak that hasn't been properly rested. Good steakhouses cut your steak. They either cut it at the table or before they bring it out. Did you bag her? Absolutely not. She had 2 labret piercings like David Germain. That's too much hardware near the mouth. I'm not gonna play those games. I'm too old for that shit. I bet you don't pump your own gas. Yeah, I do. Although we do have full service gas stations in the city and in New Jersey, but I don't have any problem pumping my own gas. I don't even think not pumping your gas is an option in most states. Qualcomm could have a big effect on AMD and Nvidia? No, probably more like Apple. Probably more of an effect on Apple. Although I don't know how many Qualcomm chips Apple's using now. See you tomorrow, LSD. This reminds me of the Tom Segura airport meltdown, except you're funnier than he is. And if he wasn't a poor too, he'd just charter private flights. I feel bad for grocery store people. They deal with all the Karens. I mean, why? I don't feel like I see a lot of that. Maybe at like a Walmart or something. What do you expect the market to do when the US finally decides to launch strikes against Iran in the next couple of days? They're not going to do it until after November, right? We're just going to keep escalating until November. And then, you know, like November 1st, we'll officially go to war right before the election. Ding ding. The day is done. It's like Bear Gurk's kicking ass right now. Fuck yeah. I hope Bear Gurk wins the week. Actually, I hope J-Fresh wins the week, but Bear Gurk is right tomorrow. I like it. Alright, GME still sucks. Does all of these have ETF FTDs coming up after this Friday? A few before. Upstart took a 5% dive today despite it being up a little bit earlier, as pointed out by NW. Fubo looks like crap. Maybe it finally breaks back down to 225 and I can close my covered calls. Siri, don't care. Top went down, bounced back up at 170. Starting to get pretty fucking illiquid there, though. I might pick up a small position on that soon. That looks like it's still getting shorted. Might be getting shorted a little while longer. Should be on Reg Show maybe after OPEX. QQQ down almost 200 basis points today. RSP down 128. SPX down 161. Futures lost the 4,900 level. Next stop on the way down's 48.60. A little bit of support there. Then we're looking at the 48.45, 48.44 level. Broad commodities turned up a little bit today, which is kind of nice. PMI out of China last night wasn't so great, but it wasn't terrible either. And Japan beefed all of their economic data, though. Retail sales and industrial production were terrible. Yields are continuing to turn down despite the dollar moving up very, very hard. I don't think that's going to last long. I think dollar is likely to continue up, especially after JPow's comments today. And I think that should push up the top end of the yield curve a little more. but we may still be getting some risk-off behavior. And so we might be seeing a little bit of action from that for the rest of this week, and then maybe that'll kind of turn around and normalize next week. Big moves in both core 1 month and 3 month. A big breakdown in dispersion today. We're still kind of relatively in the same range, but it's turning around. So we'll be looking for a continuation on that. JPY carry trade, USD JPY carry trade broke down a little bit earlier in advance of the Fed meeting, kind of climbing back afterwards. I think with rate cuts off of the table for a period of time and no expected rate cuts out of Japan, banks will be incentivized to lean into this a little bit harder over the next like 3 months until March. So keep an eye on that one. That's probably going to move around a bit. We probably got a lot of bond volatility today, but that I think updates at 4:15 or something like that. And skew turned around a little bit today, but kind of flattened out into the end of the day. But a little bit more of that tail risk demand. That's not updated. And vol shorting continues, although we're down about 1% from yesterday. So it's positively correlated, more positively correlated than it was yesterday, but not very much. Qualcomm up after hours, cool. I don't really need to talk about that. That one's fine. Let's take a look at Qualcomm. Qualcomm's up like 2% in after hours. Not a very big change. But nice little bounce, I guess. Actually did pretty good today already. They were kind of on a streak there. All right, that's it. Thank you guys so much, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Later, everyone.